All right. Welcome, everybody, to the Winds of Sir Salin. Welcome, my four players, to Session 6 entitled Xero. My name is Barker. Welcome, all of you, to Be a Better Game Master. And thank you very much for joining us. Before we get started tonight, a couple announcements. The first one, I can't even remember the second one, but the first one is, have you guys checked out that absolutetabletop.com website?
I haven't. I don't buy into hype.
No, I think I'm gonna get spam for sunglasses, so I'm gonna ride it out and see what happens.
There's a really awesome website up that sells sunglasses. I mean, it's really, I don't know what it is. It's really neat, and it's called absolutetabletop.com. And don't check it out. No. Don't even go there. It's whatever.
But Barker, it sounds, I want to check it out.
You should, but
okay.
I don't eat Hershey bars. I don't eat hype Hershey bars.
Hype Hershey bars. And actually, it occurred to me that announcement number 2 is that we got a brand new hairless cat named Pebble, and he is out there killing something probably. And so I'm just going to bring him in during the break and show everybody new hairless cat. But you guys want to get started after we introduce you guys?
Yes.
I do, but what's that on your arm? Is that announcement number 3?
Oh, yes, I got a tattoo. Yeah. Thanks.
A pretty sick tattoo.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
Pretty pixelated tattoo.
I've learned something about tattoos is that if somebody says, hey, nice tattoo, you can't really say thank you because you didn't do it. And when I was getting this tattoo, I was in the chair, and this guy came up, and he was like, wow, great tattoo. And I looked at him, and I was about to say thank you when the artist was like, thank you. And I was like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I allowed
compliment for you, not me.
I permissed this.
All right. So from my left to right, Cassie, James, Matt, and Tim, go ahead and introduce yourselves and your characters.
Hi, I'm Cassie, also known as Fox Cunning Trickster on YouTube and elsewhere on the internet. Anyways, I'm playing the Tiefling Druid, Nymeria Forest Walker. Thank you for joining us.
Matt was next. Sorry. My name is James. I am half of Tabletop Terrors. On YouTube, I am playing Gaharl Grim Clanless today, reprising the role. Luckily, I don't remember anything that happened in the past session, so I'm just going to roleplay Amnesia. But I'm going to throw it over to Matt Click, because I don't remember who's supposed to be next.
I think we actually got the order right. I think I was supposed to be next. So, yeah, I'm Matt. I run the channel A Fistful of Dice. I'm also on the podcast Roll Up and Die with Barker and Alex, Captain Gothnog. And I will be playing the Gnomish Warlock Orryn Bramble and his familiar Pebble. And I have definitely not checked out AbsoluteTabletop.com ever. I have no idea what that is, and I have no intention of going to that website.
Good, that's God's work.
Yep.
Now wait, what's that on your hand?
Huh?
What's that on
Wasabi P.
Oh no, yeah, right there. What's the big heavy? What's that?
It's a ring.
What kind of ring? Click.
It's a ring of protection +2.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I went and got married, and that's one of the big reasons why we haven't gamed in like 2.5 months. Because I had to go deal with that. So thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Even though that's not as cool as a ring +2. Sorry. I know.
It's meteorite, dude. It's meteorite.
Really, it is.
Yeah, for real.
And Dinosaur Bone.
And Dinosaur Bone.
And Macho Man Randy Savage.
And Tim's tooth that fell out while he was here.
On Grandma's bed.
Tim, you're next.
Grandma.
So, hey guys, this is Tim with Acquisitions Incorporated. No, I'm with Tabletop Terrors. We are actually going head-to-head right now with Acquisitions Incorporated, but that's okay. I probably shouldn't have told you that because now you just are going to go watch Acquisitions.
Thanks, Tim.
Sorry, but
I'm in this game, and I'm going to look that game.
54, 53, 52, 51 viewers, 50 viewers, 49 viewers, 46 viewers.
So I'm going to be playing Quintwreck Copper Mist, the half-elven bard. And as soon as I get to the bottom of this absolute tabletop business, you bet your bottom dollar that I'm going to stop it. I'm going to put an end to it. You're welcome, Internet.
Great. Also, as always, I live in the middle of nowhere, so if for some reason the internet drops, I will come right back. If for some reason my internet drops and we just completely go away, then I will be at the Be a Better Game Master Facebook page posting a new YouTube link in about 10 minutes. So let's get started. Previously, on the winds of Sir Salin. A group of heroes arrive in the hill-dwarven land of Sir Salin. Their names: Nymeria Forestwalker, Gaharl Clanless, Orryn Bramble and Pebble, Quintwreck Coppermist. In the forest, in the hut belonging to the woodsmen of Randall, Nymeria finds a book entitled The Winds of Sur Salin, which tells the tale of the 4 souls that destroyed the Dark Lord Kor and divided his golden staff into 7 parts. Orryn finds himself having repetitive visions, specifically of a strange man with dark, shoulder-length hair. A vampire has taken root in the ruins of Marthor. But on the way to Marthor, the Reach, the airship, crewed and captained by these 5 companions, crash lands in the forest. They meet a dragonborn named Number 8. And he says, "You, Orryn, are number 1. To whoever may be reading this, my name is Number 3. I'm of the final 2 in the society known as the Octaves. It is my duty, if I deem myself destined to die, to write down our secrets here in this sacred tome. So please, I beg of you, if you are reading this, read on. Some creature has taken the underground hall. It took Number 7. It murdered him. I had no other choice. I locked myself in. Inside the Pentas. The wards are up, and my fate is sealed. Number 8 will not return from his 6 months in the Underwood for another 9 weeks and 4 days, and I have no food or water. The skylight, which we might have hoped to use for capturing of rainwater, is all but useless, for the forest has blotted out the sky. It would be all but impossible to climb up through its marbled tunnel, and one slip, and I would plunge to certain death without having penned these words, these secrets. So here I am, writing my last. Let me tell you about the winds of Sur Salin. Orryn Bramble, you are standing in front of this kneeling dragonborn by the name of Number 8, as he is holding out in a tuning fork that just 30 minutes ago was brand new, and now it has aged some 300 years, so it looks. And he has just told you that you are number 1.
And without Pebble, who often serves as my eyes and my ears, but most importantly serves as my voice, I simply look at Number 8 with kind of a confused expression on my face and then glance back to my companions, who are probably looking back at me with equally confused expressions. And I look back at number 8, and I just reach out to take the tuning fork from him.
And it rings as you take it, like a sword that has been unsheathed from a metalled scabbard.
And I tuck it into the folds of my leather armor and kind of step back in the ranks of my 3 companions.
Number 8 looks, he stands back up and he looks to you. His eyes are no less surprised than they were 10 seconds ago, 20 seconds ago. Someone who didn't know what the situation was might guess that he was looking at royalty. And he stops himself in his train of thought and says, "Come on now, we must go." And he continues the way he was walking through the woods, and kind of motions you to follow. Not too far ahead, after just a short period of time, you actually see a very small, very, what's the word I'm looking for? There's not much to it, camp that has been set up in the woods. A hammock swings between 2 trees. There you see what looks like a dull machete leaning up against a tree trunk, or what remains of a tree trunk. Everything is pretty much covered in foliage here, and he approaches this place, turns around, and holds his arms out and says, "Welcome to my home." But right in the middle of the word "home," you hear like a crack from above, and the leaves just rustle and move as if the trees are alive, and they grab this massive bird out of the air and they rip it in 2 pieces and just consume it whole. And he stops in the middle of the word "home" and looks up, afraid, holds up his hand toward the sky, and then realizes that there's nothing in it. And he looks at your hand, Orryn, where you're holding the tuning fork. His movements were almost like reflex, like something that he might do during the time that he's been out here. But he clears his throat. "I'll get a fire going." And he points to Gaharl and says, "Will you help me collect the wood?"
And sort of doing his best not to skip a beat, especially after seeing something so ridiculous. This is probably the most civilized little area in this place, so yeah, Gaharl would say, "Sure, but let's stay away from them trees as much as possible."
"The forest is dangerous, it is true." And maneuvering off to collect the firewood, do a small little cutscene, and he looks to you, Gaharl, and he says, and his scales are shimmering with many colors. Remember, brass and gold and blue and green and silver and just all different colored dragon scales, but they all look very faded and old. And he looks to you and says, "It is true, I have not seen many people in this forest. The forest it's turned dark and dangerous. Almost cliche even, like those old stories." But he looks to you and says, "I think it's very strange that one of the first people I see in a long time is a dragonborn. So, Gaharl, you seemed offended when I called you Cardale. What happened?"
Problem is that name just holds a different meaning than it used to, so I'd rather not be known by it. It's a long story, but more or less, well, that name was destroyed, we'll say, and maybe one day I'll get to restore it to its former glory, but so far I've left that path pretty far, getting caught in this forest here.
If there are 2 things I've learned, it's yes, you cannot fill the bottomless, but at the same time, Gaharl, You cannot destroy the intangible. And he clears his throat. Let us get back to your friends. Is there anything you want to ask him or say to him on the way back, Gaharl?
I feel like if given a moment alone, I would sort of probe a little bit. I'd say something to the effect of, well, I know you're surprised to see a dragonborn, but you certainly seem to be a lot more interested in our friend Orryn over there. And basically, I would stop there, just kind of you got anything for me?
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check, please.
$15 on the persuasion here.
Okay. He looks at you, surprised at first, like, Orryn? Who's that? As if to say that. And he said, "Oh, number one. Yes. I have not seen him in some 300 years."
And I feel like at that, I wouldn't have much more to say. I feel like Gaharl would want to ask a question, but think he wouldn't understand the question anyway, or the answer anyway. It's archaic as it is, so I would just kind of be like, all right, that was of no help, I guess. We'll go back to our friends now.
Okay. He looks at you quizzically and then continues through the forest. When he gets back, a fire is set up. People are, I don't know, it's getting cool. It's always cold here, but strangely enough, this forest keeps things rather warm. But over the course of cooking a very meager stew over the fire, conversation takes place between number 8 and you. And I will go ahead and ask you if there's any conversations that any of you would like to start. Go ahead.
Number 8, right?
Yes.
When did the forest start to become this way?
4 years ago. 3 or 4, by my count. Just magical and dark.
And did the increased aggression also, come along with this sudden growth? In all of our travels and those on my own, I have never seen anything quite like that we just witnessed. Jesus.
There is very little that I can tell you. Your name, you said, was?
Oh, sorry. It's Nymeria.
Nymeria.
I'm fairly familiar with plants, and I simply can't talk to these.
He says, well, not all of them, perhaps, are ignoring you. And he motions to your leg where you see kind of a flower that has sprouted from the ground, and it's kind of like leaning up against your leg, like it's nuzzling, like asking to be scratched behind the ears, that type of thing.
Nymeria kind of jumps at the feeling, surprised, and looks down to see these little flower petals and the leaves just kind of sliding up against her leg, almost inquisitively. And with a little bit of fondness, she reached down to feel the soft velvety petals, thinking.
The petals kind of spread a little bit like and kind of like if a plant could have goosebumps.
Happy plant.
He mentions that darkness is everywhere, it's true, and this forest is obviously no different, but that is why it is most important that people such as myself and such as the Octaves fight that darkness with good. And Quintwreck catches his eye, and he says, why so solemn? Are you still troubled about your blade?
And you see Quintwreck actually sort of look up, and he's brighter than he was. And he has something in his hand. And so he walks over to number 8, and he holds his hand out. And in it, he's gathered strange crumpled leaves and roots, maybe, from wherever. And then in his other hand, he kind of digs and he goes, wait just a moment here. Yes. And there's this little tiny, what could be maybe a vial or a dropper of some sort. And he starts using the dropper on the leaves. And they start to change into the most amazing, brilliant colors. And as they do so, they kind of are arcanically or chemically sort of shift and move. And they're creating this small little color show in his hand. And he looks to number 8 and he says, You're the remarkable among the extraordinary. You're the unbelievable among the phenomenal. Your colors are gorgeous. And then he kind of just lets the leaves flow, and as he lets them leave his hands, they kind of blow in front of number 8, and just as a shirt might bring someone's blue eyes out or something like that, you just see all these different colors sort of pulled out of number 8, and they're just shining more vibrantly than they should. And Quint says, I don't feel sullen. For some reason, I don't feel sad as I should because, well, I'm with all of you. And let's never forget that color is the overpowering of darkness. Color is bringing something to fruition from blackness.
The edges of his dragonborn mouth turn upward. Take an inspiration. And when the colors flutter over his scales, he actually lets out a smile. And he notes his... 1 second. I was just asked just to clarify. Actually, no, I'm reading from a different tome during the narration. It's a different book from the one that you have. But anyway, he smiles and says, "Oh yes, the colors. You stay in this forest long enough, and it will make its mark on you as well." And he turns to Orryn. What is Orryn looking like?
So, as soon as camp was beginning to be set up, Orryn started roaming around and found a... Damn it, James.
That's what we call a chat got 'em.
Sorry, not sorry.
Okay, so...
That wasn't on purpose.
Sorry.
So
As soon as the camp was set up, Orryn started pacing around, and he stopped and he started picking up rocks, and a couple he sort of like looks at and doesn't seem pleased with their size or their shape, and so he kind of hucks them back into the forest, and eventually he finds a good amount of rocks, and he goes through his pack, takes off his satchel, and he starts rummaging through it, and he finds a small, it looks like a brass bowl, something that you might drink tea out of. And he finds this smooth patch of ground, and he pulls out his strange-looking wand, and he starts drawing in the dirt, and he draws this very intricate pattern of swoops and swirls and spirals, and he sets the brass bowl in the middle, and he rummages through his pack some more, and he brings out this bundle that looks like it's herbs, maybe sage and rosemary, all kind of bundled up and dried. And he sort of goes over to the fire And this is probably at the point when Nymeria is talking to number 8 about the plants, and Orryn kind of steps in between Nymeria and number 8, just sort of completely oblivious to the fact that they're trying to converse with one another. And he sits there and he lights the end of the herbs and kind of like waves the smoke around. And he goes back over to his little circle that he drew in the ground, and he sits crisscross down in the circle, and he puts the herbs in the bowl, and he tosses the rocks in the bowl, and he sits there and he goes and he picks up his wand from the ground, and he points his wand at his head, and he looks in the brass bowl, and he just sits there staring intently at the brass bowl with his wand pointing at his head.
And so number 8 is just watching you do this. And he doesn't interrupt your concentration. But what does interrupt your concentration, not enough to call off the ritual that you are performing, is a flash of imagery inside of your head. Images that are frightening, even. Some might even refer to them as terrifying. Some that you've seen before. One of the ones you've seen before is the man building the hut that you've stayed in. Then you see him trudging through the woods. And he's holding his right arm, which is, you can see the bare bone through it. It's decomposing. It is rotting off as he's holding it, and it's this dark disease. It kind of looks like a disease. It's kind of clambering up into his cheeks and face, and he's walking into the darkness. And in front of him, he sees a very dark portal, and he's heading directly toward it. And you hear the voice. A voice on the wind that sounds somewhat like Pebble, but it can't be translated through words. It can only translate it through images, and the closest you can come to translating it in your mind is, and then all the beauty in my world turned into shattered towers and darkness. And you're back. But in front of you is Pebble.
So as these images are flashing through my mind, I'm sitting there in concentration, holding the wand and shaking hands, and it's almost like when someone is having a nightmare and you can tell that they're having a nightmare, just kind of like face contorting and kind of stirring in my concentration. And then as this is happening, the herbs in the bowl are burning up, and the fragrant smoke is sort of flowing throughout the camp. And then there's just kind of this flash, and sitting in the bowl where the herbs and the rocks were is a cat. And even though it's not the owl, everyone immediately recognizes that this is Pebble, because he has that same pebbly face, the same way that you were able to tell that the sheep was Pebble. You can see that this too is Pebble, just taken a different form. And as soon as I come to and open my eyes, I just sort of drop the wand and scoop the cat up and just kind of like hold it really, really tight, just like in a just the biggest hug a gnome can give.
I was going to ask that actually out of character. Does this cat have hair?
No, it's hairless.
Yes! Okay, all right. See, that's the best way to make sure that a GM never kills your familiar.
Yep, it's your cat now, Barker.
That's right, my familiar looks exactly like your pet parrot. Same name and everything. Okay, great. As this is taking place, if anyone wants to communicate, how does Pebble react?
Pebble is sort of shaken as he appears in this brass bowl, from fire and stone and burning herbs. But as soon as he gets picked up by Orryn and embraced, you hear that familiar voice say, I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm okay. I'm back. I'm not quite sure where I went, but I'm back.
Where did you go?
I went... And the cat kind of looks up at Orryn and says, someplace that we've been before, but different. We see more every time.
More what?
Well, the last time that we went there, we saw you.
What? Yes?
And you'll notice, actually go ahead and, you'll notice his face kind of looks to the ground. The color of his scales kind of shades to gray for a second and then comes back.
And,
almost in shame.
And Orryn kind of takes the tuning fork out and holds it up, and Pebble says, the last time we saw you, we dropped this.
That you did. The last time you saw me, well, moments after you disappeared, you were responsible for creating the octaves. The tool you hold in your hand is very powerful indeed. I'm sure you know that.
And Orryn and Pebble kind of exchange glances like, I guess. And Pebble says, it was a gift. We weren't told of its precise capabilities. And while they're talking, Pebble kind of wanders away from Orryn and kind of starts rubbing up on everyone's legs, kind of as a hey, I'm back, I missed you guys, kind of cat-like way.
Gaharl would sort of not be sure if he should pet him, because it's weird, because he feels like he's petting Orryn to some degree. He's not sure of the disconnect, but he'd say something along the lines of, I'm real glad you're back, but could somebody start speaking English? And you could just tell that he is a very confused Dragonborn at, everything, and he understands that octaves have potentially something to do with music, but after seeing what he did in the forest, and then a cat appear in a bowl, and a bird get ripped in half, it's like, I've seen a lot of things, but I'm way beyond my depth. I mean, a big old Dragonborn, and I feel completely lost.
Nymeria would jump from her seat. First, okay, rewind. When Orryn's getting ready and stuff, and he gets in the way of the conversation, she can't help but give him a scowl, like, what the heck are you doing? This is rude. So rude. Okay. But, so upon seeing Pebble, she can't help but smile and be, amazed that he's come back, but different. And she asks, why are you a cat now instead of an owl? And a hairless one at that. Jeez.
Well, I've taken many forms throughout my life, and this just so happens to be the one I am now. I was a rock in the Feywild, and then I was a couple of other things, and then I was an owl, and then I was a sheep, and then I was an owl again, and now it seems that I'm a cat without hair. And he's kind of looking down at himself like, yeah, why don't I have hair?
And at that, remembering what happened the last time he came out of the portal, Gaharl would get a little bit afraid and say something along the lines of, "You're not going to catch fire again, are you?"
No. I don't think I went to the Feywild this time. My transformation this time was as a result of Orryn's ritual, which he used to find me in the first place in the Feywild. He can recreate the ritual to find me no matter where I am.
Well, I'm glad you're back. I mean, without you, we can't hear all of Orryn's ideas.
Yes, Orryn isn't very good company without my help. I'm glad to be back as well.
And you'd see Quint sort of, as all of that was unfolding, you'd kind of have this aha moment of, I've got just the thing. and you see him kind of rummage in his sack and pull out something that looks like it's wrapped like a ball of just cloth. And he starts unwrapping it, and layer after layer after layer. So you get to this beat-up-looking, dented, like, squarish tin, and there's a key. And he starts kind of cranking it, and anyone who's within about 5 or 10 feet, it stinks so bad. It smells so putrid. And he's just...
Good God, Quint.
And he opens it up, and he's like, oh, whew! And he just takes his fingers, and he kind of pulls, and in there is this really small, tightly packed salted fish. He goes, I love these. Spiced and like dwarf pepper, but this seems like something that you would just love. And he sort of like throws it at Orryn stupidly, like he's some kind of house pet. Matt, what would Pebble do, like if he chucked a fish towards Pebble?
Pebble would kind of like instinctively like dodge backwards and let the fish just hit the ground. And he kind of like paws forward and smells it, and he's like, I don't know if I have a cat's appetite quite yet.
You see Quint take one from the tin and just kind of like just totally take the whole thing.
And Pebble kind of has that like dry heave hairball, like, and he like puts his paw up and goes, "Oh, I'm good. I'm quite good."
Oh, right. Well, I have one more thing. And Quint reaches in and he pulls out what looks like a reasonably thick sort of what's flannel-ish kind of knit. And he goes, "Here you go." And he kind of chucks it too. And he goes, just in case you're chilly, you're bald and everything.
Nymeria's just laughing. Oh my God.
And Pebble kind of, as the flannel, he kind of curls up on it and sits on the flannel so he's not sitting on the bare ground. And Orryn leaves his little rune circle, and he kind of like digs at it with his feet to break the circle, and then takes his wand and tucks it back into his belt and comes to sit back with the group. And he sits and he like nudges Pebble, and Pebble goes, "Oh, right. So, number 8, was it?"
Yes.
Well, Orryn and I, and I'm sure the rest of us, are quite curious as to how you found our tuning fork 300 years ago and returned it to us today, because we only just dropped it a few minutes ago.
Right, good point.
Really?
Yes, when the ship crashed, and, well, Orryn had the vision, and I went gods know where, that was when we lost the tuning fork.
I'm sorry, the vision.
Well, yes. And he looks back and he, well, tell him, Orryn. I mean, no, he saw you in a cabin, and you were talking to someone, and you looked and you saw him, and he dropped the fork, and then he was back on the ship, and it was I don't know. It was all very...
My friend, Orryn, is it?
Yes, his name is Orryn.
And you are...
Pebble.
Pebble. That was no vision. That happened 302 years ago. Last week.
But by all accounts, Orryn is... What, how... 70? 71? And Orryn goes, around 70 years old, by all accounts. How is it that he was... Was this some sort of memory that he saw?
No. You are of the travelers.
The travelers.
Yes, the travelers, the Fey-touched. Those who can wander through time. How does it happen?
And all of a sudden he takes a very keen interest.
The visions, do you have control over them? When you're inside of them, can you move around? Can you make decisions for yourself? How real does everything feel?
Almost too many questions to answer at once.
And Orryn's kind of sitting there shaking his head, and you see Pebble getting visibly agitated as well. And Pebble kind of lets loose with this yowl at number 8 to try to get him to stop, and then says, "We don't understand them at all. They're just visions, they're dreams, they're the briefest glimpses into things that we have no recollection of. So if we're travelers walking through time, as you say, then we have no knowledge of that. We have no control over it. And yes, we are Fey-touched. I am of the Feywild. Orryn has been there several times. But we're not travelers. As
And
you
Quint
say.
would nudge Gaharl and say, "Hey, I think I've got it. What we'll do is to get the rod of 7 parts, we can just time travel." And he eats another one of the fish, and then he holds up the tin to Gaharl like, "Would you like one?"
Son of a Durger, get that out of my face.
Number 8 would speak up to Orryn or to Pebble and say,
I can prove it to you. I can prove to you that it was real, because I can tell you what you saw. You saw me with a man and a woman on a table. She was giving birth. She looked sickly, ill. And I know that you saw the first fall.
And Pebble will kind of get up from the ground and wander back over to Orryn. And Orryn's kind of looking at 8 just with this very suspicious glare. And Pebble says, "No, we've had enough for one day. I don't know how you know that that's what we saw. I don't know how you were there. I don't know how we were there 300 years ago. But we've had enough for today."
he nods,
And
understanding.
when he mentions that, Gaharl at this point is off in his own world, partly with Quint here, but he's just completely lost, and he begins to, remember something. And he kind of almost like muttering under his breath something he remembers, muttering, and he's like, almost an old song. And he kind of looks at Quint like he's trying to remember the words, and he's saying, "I was there when the music stopped. I was there when the magic swelled. I held my lover, and the children danced." And at this point, we're just absolutely talking right over what they're saying. Like our singing is getting louder, and it's very important, and we're just like, again, in our own world, singing an old folk tale.
And we look. I would look at definitely at Gaharl and go, "As every leaf in the forest
fell.
I was there when the music stopped.
I was there," and we would just be singing at this point, And,
I held my lover and children danced, as every leaf in the forest fell. And I'd eat a fish.
And I'd eat a fish. I'm sorry, you got me with that one for some reason.
How many of those do you have?
Oh, quite. And then he pulls out 2 more huge balls of cloth that you assume has the same tin, and he tosses one to number 8, and he goes, I think you should find out for yourself. The key turns counterclockwise.
Can I have one too?
Oh, certainly. And he tosses the other ball to Nymeria.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely. I make them myself, believe it or not.
No, really? That's quite a skill set you have.
Oh,
When did you
I'll
have
show
the time to even make this?
Yes, I'll show you sometime. It's it's quite disgusting.
Oh, okay. Maybe I would rather not know. It's this.
As you're tossing the fish back and forth, Pebble says, "Well, I'm gonna go find something I'm more used to eating and go catch a mouse or something. I'll be back later." And he totters off into the woods.
I would look over at Orryn like, hey, don't forget that the forest just tore a bird apart a moment ago. Like, not sure, like, maybe he can hold his own, but he's just a cat. I'm like, well, like, try not to be his dad, but kind of like, we lost you long enough, you know?
He
And
is right.
Orryn kind of goes like it's all good.
It's all good. I changed it to a hairless cat. The GM is a hairless cat owner, so trust me, he's safe.
We're good.
Safe as can be.
The bushes are gonna part for this cat as he walks.
He's gonna, like, solve the whole problem. He's gonna end the campaign.
Guys, I killed the vampire.
Pebble finds a road paved in friskies.
Yep.
I've heard that that's paved with good intentions.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so as you're tossing the fish around and singing and celebrating, eventually number 8 will ask, "Why are you here?"
I mean, it's a very obvious question that I probably should have asked long ago, but really, why are you here?
And then before you can answer, you hear a rustling in the bushes. And out come 2 people, tall people. Their heads are completely shaved, and you immediately recognize them as the Ventogators from your ship. And you know they're mutes, but if they could speak, you know for a fact they would have the worst things to say about the people that abandoned them at the wreck. So they kind of just... One actually has a blanket. I'm making faces, but I forget that you can't see me. So I'm going to go ahead. It's probably that time. I forgot. I'll go ahead and do this. Hello, everybody. So what we'll do is... No, what they do is one guy's holding a blanket and he tucks it in his arm and just begins storming off, and the other one points up as if to point at the ship, maybe as if to say, "We'll be in the ship, dicks."
And Gaharl would immediately remember a story about some deaf dragonborn that he knew. And he'd look over to Quint and say, you know, there was a family of deaf dragonborn, and it was the most ridiculous thing when they would fight because they can't yell, so they would just sign really hard with their hands. And just completely, like, blow it, like, no, they're alive. They're, like, we all crashed in this ship, you know. Gaharl would immediately blame the guys driving the thing for crashing it.
Yeah, and I think Quint would look at him and say, indeed, hey, they didn't come looking for us, did they?
Exactly.
So, what are you doing here?
Well, I sort of thought you brought us here. I was going to ask you if this is going to be our new home.
And Orryn kind of snaps at Quint, and when he looks over him, and he goes, and he makes little fangs with his fingers.
Oh, right. Oh. Yeah, well, so not only is there a rod of 7 parts and time travel, but we're here to sort of look into a...
Come on, spit it out.
A vampire, guys.
Number 8's face it turns serious. His eyebrows arch, not in the way of surprise, but almost horror.
That vampire, you say?
Yes, we were told. She glances at the others, just for a little backup in case she gets the story wrong. That we were sent out here to finally take care of some vampire troubles that's hurting the local town. Or it's just the area.
Do you know where it is?
Not exactly. I don't. I didn't have the map.
He
and
looks to the rest of you.
I think that Quint would, the instant that number 8 showed an actual sign of being afraid, because he's been a lot of things so far. He's been mysterious, and he's been wise, and but he hasn't been really truly afraid or taken pause at a lot. And so I think Quint would kind of snap to just a little. And do you really think it's around here? Do you really think that the vampire is a threat?
Oh, it's Marthor. That's it.
Marthor?
Yes.
The ruins. I've been there quite a few times. That is where
he kind of looks at the ground, to almost thinking very, very hard about what he can say, and says,
that's where the octaves are located. The ruins, under the ground.
If you don't mind me asking, if you're up here, why aren't you with the other octaves? Are they still there?
He points at Orryn, who has the tuning fork.
We take turns, mostly. The octaves were formed to maintain balance in this forest. It's a magical place, and therefore can be used, can turn to magical.
He looks at your wand, Orryn, and he says,
the wand, for instance, right? Your wand can be used to focus magic, right? Well, the same thing can be done with a sphere of crystal, perhaps, or even a book, or I've seen it done with religious symbols.
And before Quintwreck can even respond, he looks to Quint and says,
really, I have.
As if he knows that Quint's not going to believe it. And he says,
I want you to imagine this forest as if it were a gargantuan wand. If placed in the right hands, I'm going to sound crazy, but it could be used for good. If placed in the wrong hands, well, you know. The octaves are here to ensure that it is placed in no hands. For no hands equals no folly. We have done this for 302 years and 6 days.
And Orryn, as you were saying this, was kind of picking his ear with his wand, and as soon as you start talking to him, he kind of pulls it out and acts like he was just kind of twirling it around or whatever. And he's kind of looking at you quizzically as you're describing the forest as a giant wand, and he kind of looks to his companions and then tucks his own wand away.
And Gaharl would, sort of understanding, being the first thing that he's really gotten a grasp on, he'd say something like, well, wouldn't that make it 302 years and 5 days? Because it's looking like this forest is in someone's hands. Did the octaves, have you failed, or?
The forest is turning dark, it's true, there's no denying that, but I can't tell you anymore.
Well, if it's turning dark, I imagine something has happened to the octaves, right? You can't live forever. Not even a mighty dragonborn, right?
It's true. The octaves are chosen based on their long life spans.
He looks to Quintwreck.
Even a half-elf such as yourself. Yes, half-elf. You do look human, but you cannot hide it from me. But even a half-elf such as yourself would not be able to be an octave. We must have those who can last.
Gaharl would say, can't tell us like you don't know, or can't tell us for some other reason. And I would sort of, at this point, look at everyone else, but also Orryn, like, is this guy on the level kind of deal.
When you ask that question, at first his face is of despair. But then he looks at you, looks at all of you, and sees something that almost looks like recognition. That's what his face looks like. And he says,
Quite literally, I cannot tell you, for we are all sworn to a vow of secrecy, a magical vow. My duty is to walk these woods and ensure, currently, that no more portals to the shadow open up. The forest is becoming wild. It is becoming magical, and it seems to be taking on a life of its own. Its own, excuse me. And he looks around. That's why I'm not with my companions.
And I think that a subtle, gentle humming that only Quint could probably hear starts filling the lower parts of his ears. And he's trying to kind of ignore it. And he's trying to look happy-go-lucky, and he's been aloof a lot of this time, but he starts to see, and it's almost like an Alfred Hitchcock dolly zoom where it's just pulling back, and it's as though I can't ignore Number 8's words. I want to disbelieve him, but the more that Number 8 talks, and the more that he explains the forest, the more I start to hear the music in it. The more that I hear the dulcet tones, and I hear it grinding out of tune, and that piano string or that guitar string that ting, like pops, and then I kind of see it, and it's as though I'm very far away from the forest, but I can see it, and I don't see it necessarily as a wand. I see it as an instrument. And that instrument slowly starts to twist and warp, and the headstock slowly starts to grind and whittle away, and a blade begins to emerge from it, and it becomes a sword, a bloody, awful sword, and then one enormous string rises from the blade and snaps, and Quint kind of wakes up, and then he looks at Number 8, and you see the white part of his eye turn colder, and he says, I believe you, and I want to help you.
Well, if you want to help me, you will get this vampire out of my forest. How terrible!
but he is obviously kind of being extra jolly to make light of the situation, but his face goes almost immediately back to serious, and he turns back to you, Quintwreck, and he puts his clawed hand on your shoulder and says,
You are a good person, Quintwreck Coppermist. Don't forget that.
and he stands up and he turns around and he says,
You may rest as much as you like here, but Marthor is that way. It should take you the better part of half a day in these woods, perhaps a little bit more, but you seem spry creatures, and you seem to have the weaponry, and he looks at the scimitar on Nymeria's hip, to cut through the forest as you wish. I do ask that you be careful. There's something strange I see in you. And I believe it to be good.
and his eyes flash towards Quintwreck. And then he looks back at all of you and says,
Please, whatever you can, do what you can to help.
Does anyone have a lute, or just don't?
I actually carry a small harp with me. I know I've never actually shown it to you guys, but I can. If you'd like to play it, certainly. I'm just learning still.
And
Oh,
as you're kind of sheepishly talking about how you have a harp, Nymeria, Orryn kind of reaches into the folds of his leather armor and pulls out a set of what look like panpipes made out of bone, and they're on this sort of leather strap on his neck, and he kind of holds them up like, yeah, I play an instrument too. I just don't talk about it.
Not that guy at college who straps it to his back and never plays it. He just plays "Come As You Are" all the time on the steps.
This is Wonderwall.
I walk this broken road, the only one.
That I have ever known. Now where it goes. Okay.
So, well, I would certainly look to Nymeria with the face of, well, I'll borrow it and I like it, but I might break it. Like, it's that kind of look. Like, yeah, this is like a borrow, like a piece of gum. Like when you ask somebody to borrow a sheet of paper, you don't expect it back.
Well, is there anything specific you want me to play? Maybe I could do it. It's.
I basically just I don't have a weapon.
Oh, okay. Well.
And Orryn kind of gets this look on his face, like, "Wait, you want to hit stuff with the thing?"
Well, it's like my thing. I've got a good song every once in a while, makes everybody feel a little energetic. You know?
Just yes. All right, take it. Take it. And she hands the little harp over to him.
Awesome. And he would take it, and it's kind of like that, you know, when you're trying to figure out someone else's car, and it's a little different. You're like going for the gear shift in the wrong place and stuff. I'm like trying to bling, 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 bling. Thank you. This is it's perfect. I love it. Do you have a name for her?
A name sounds. Nymeria seems a little embarrassed. She doesn't. Well, she likes music. She doesn't talk about it a lot, and I think it sounds a little silly, but I called it Lily. The sound is just so soft, and she seems to almost be wistful to play it herself or just to hear it. But she seems happy. She's content. Yeah.
And then I would take it and I'd go, what a lovely name. I think I'll call her Plucky.
God damn it, Quint. She can't help but glare at him a little bit, but of course there's a hint of a smile. Just still finding the whole thing amusing.
Excellent. Well, right. So,
You better take care of Plucky for as long as she lives.
Gaharl, do you still have those parts of all the rods?
I got one of them. Pretty sure you have one if you didn't drop it in that crash, and I think we decided that Nymeria would get the last one, but that Orryn was bad to give anything you wanted to see again.
Oh right, I see. Yeah.
And Orryn kind of nods like, yeah.
You know, time travel and such.
Number 8, his eyes are huge, and he says,
You have parts from the golden rod of 7 parts.
And Quint would pull his out of his bag and kind of pretend like it was shaking his hand, like, oh, oh, oh.
he actually, number 8, falls backward and stares at it with wild eyes. His claws are grasping the ground as these leaves are being crushed underneath his grasp.
Oh man! And Quint wouldn't realize that, and he would kind of point it at him like it was a wand and go like, "Phew!" And then he would chuck it at him and be like, "Yeah, I think we've got like 2 or 3. You can have it."
Gaharl would fish his out as well, but despite not being the most sensitive guy, I would kind of give Quint a look like, "Come on, like you're scaring him. Like this guy's done nothing but help us."
Oh, I'm sorry. Apologize. You think it's real too?
The piece lands near him, and he just stares at it.
Think it's real.
He picks it up. He says,
You have more.
And I would take mine out as well. Fish it out of the bag and show it to him, but be a little less insensitive.
He holds out his hand.
Nymeria
I think she
also.
has one too.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
real.
I do have one, and she puts her bag on. Well, she's had the bag next to her the whole time. Next to that lovely little flower that's still kind of nuzzling into her ankle, and she takes out the rod and just holds it in her lap.
His hand is outstretched, and he kind of juts it out again, as if to say, "Come, give it to me."
A little uncertain, she does hand it over though.
He takes it and he connects the two pieces. At each end of them, there's this. At one end of one of them is a circle where you see the crest of the werewolf, and he takes the other one and clicks it in, and it just snaps, like not in half, obviously. It snaps in, like it breaks. Game over.
Game over.
Don't you go breaking my rock.
And he passes the two pieces now connected into one to you, Gaharl. And he says, "I should know how to reconnect it. I am one of those who broke it."
Are you saying that the octaves broke this?
Yes, of course I am.
Why?
He looks at your book that's sitting next to you, entitled "The Winds of Salin," and he shakes his head a little bit and says, "You must go to Marthor. You must return these to the Pentis."
Where are the others though? It's not complete.
The others were hidden by us, so that we would know where they are. Please, I beg of you. I am not as strong as you are, perhaps, but I beg of you, it is the right thing to do.
So Gaharl would say something like, "Wait a minute, if I remember the story right, we're doing the opposite of what's safe by putting these together, right?"
That depends. Like the wand, that can be used by someone who is good or someone who is bad.
Nymeria can't help but frown for a moment, and she looks at number 8 and says, I can't help but wonder, why do you trust us? Just because we have these rods and we just happened to stumble upon this book?
I trust you because of him, and he points to Orryn.
Who is, again, picking his nose with the wand. And he takes it out and gives a dignified nod towards 8, like, yes, I know.
Does he eat it?
No, he does not. He leaves it on the end. He leaves the booger on the end of the wand. Just.
That's for that extra witch bolt damage.
Yep, that's going to be another D12 damage right there, buddy.
She rolls her eyes and shrugs. We do have a vampire to take care of, so might as well help with this too. After all, this forest is just ridiculous. It's so out of whack. Nymeria just starts to kind of almost geek out. I mean, look at the trees. Nothing can survive under here. I don't even know why the grass is alive, and blah, blah, blah. Nothing.
Out of whack. Tiefling lingo.
Oh, you haven't heard inch of it. A bit. But let's get away from that. That's unnecessary. She says, trying to recollect herself. And she looks at Nymeria. So, is there anything else we need to do specifically? Bring it to the Pentis?
Well, yes. You can get to the Pentis, but one way. If you travel down the town well, the one in the central courtyard, it will lead you to a darkened room, a large cavernous hall, and you must stay in the left side. The right is, usually, I'm disgraced to say, manned by Durgar. Stay to the left. It will lead you to what we call the throne room. You will need that, and he points to the tuning fork. And if you are who I think you are,
you'll know what to do. And that's all I can say.
And Gaharl would, again, sort of putting things together, would have one more question, and he'd say, based on something you said earlier, he would say, but the Pentis, a lot like the winds that originally destroyed it, their interest is in keeping the rod in nobody's hands, similar to this forest, correct?
True.
And Quint would he would square up with number 8, and if it was if the shot was a profile, I just imagine number 8, even in his hunched state, being so much larger than Quint, and Quint kind of looking up at him almost as a child. And Quint sort of reaches down and he picks up one of the colored leaves from before, and he kind of holds it up to number 8, and he just lets it crumple, and he seriously and in a way that's as truthful and genuine as possible, he just says, Do you believe that the rod is real?
I've held it with my own hands. Honestly, it is a grand instrument that perhaps we could use, but a few of the parts have been lost here in Salin. It is not our fault that many of the city-states here have come to ruin. The more we find and the more we keep within our view, the better. Trust me. And as soon as you are done at the Pentis, perhaps I'll be able to tell you more.
I don't necessarily believe that the rod has the power that you do, but I believe in you, and I'll help you, and I trust you.
A smile crosses his face, a smile of relief.
So Quint holds out his tiny hand, and to shake his big dragon paw.
And he shakes.
All right.
If his eyes are gleaming, almost like the forest here is it's causing his allergies to flare up, is probably what he's trying to make you believe.
Oh, right. Oh, right. And I sniffle as well. Oh, it's terrible. These bird-eating trees and their pollen. Well, I'm done with my fish, if we want to get going.
And Orryn is sitting there with his head in his hand, and he kind of looks at Quint with this, really relieving now face, and he goes, and makes a little sleepy mime.
We should probably rest. Let's leave in the morning.
Yeah, that sounds wonderful. It's very comfortable here.
Yeah, I would ask if it was safe here. I'd say, is it safe to rest here for? And I'd look up as though I would see the sky, but I know that I won't. And say, is it safe here for us to rest a little while before we head on to Marthor?
He kind of motions towards some stones in a circle surrounding him that have some small runes carved upon them. He says,
I have set up proper wards. I believe this to be one of the safest places in the forest.
And he kind of looks at them and does a gesture with his index finger, a clawed index finger of his left hand, and you see those runes gleam red and then blue.
Nice.
While you sleep, unless there's something you'd like to say or do beforehand.
I was just going to say that, and Quint would be next to Gaharl, and he would do that thing where he goes, especially with our a #1 top Dragonborn bodyguard, and do fake punches, and it would be then that you realized that Quint was terrible at making sound effects with his mouth. So he would do punches, but instead of it'd be like, pow, poo, poo, peer.
And Gaharl would, like, just as patronizingly as possible, like, literally pat him on his head. Like, just, oh, bud. And then would begin getting ready to lie down in the forest within this circle of protection.
I think Nymeria would stay up a little longer. Is it possible for her to actually talk to that little flower, since she does have that spell?
Yes.
And is this a long rest, I imagine?
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. So she would sit on the ground, sitting loosely in Indian style with the little flower just between her legs, near her ankles, and kind of look at it, stroke its petals, watching it kind of, shudder almost, you know. And slowly closing her eyes, her fingers trail down to the roots, and she presses her hands with her thumbs just kind of just touching the base of the plant. And kind of just zones in. And in a hushed whisper, her voice seems to reach out to it, says, "Little one, what has caused all of this?"
Which is caused. This is the lovely patterns that you give the flower has caused the goose pimples on the goose flesh upon the petals because you pet the flower.
A soft laugh leaves her lips, and she can't help but smile, her eyes still closed. What a nice little flower, But I'm in the forest. What has happened to the forest? Why? Where does it stem from?
Forest is much bigger than the flower, but I know that my creator is close by.
And you see, your eyes kind of move up, perhaps to number 8, who is now sitting with his back against a tree, letting Orryn take the hammock, and kind of closing his eyes. It's no secret that this person, this number 8, this member of the Octaves, can use, you've seen him do it, use the power of flora, of throwing flora magically out in order to cover up and prevent portals to the Shadowfell from appearing. And yes, this may create portals to the Feywild, but they are quick to disappear. And so the flower kind of leans toward his direction, and it might occur to you, if you roll a knowledge of nature check, that that's a blank. That's like an insert thing here. I see your concern, James. You're just looking out. I got you.
I critically failed. She just...
Okay. That's no problem. It's a very nice flower.
It is a very nice flower.
So...
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, flower.
No problem. You're welcome. As long as you pet the flower gives the answers.
And
I think that'll be it for that conversation.
Orryn, you have never had this dream before. You see darkness. In the distance you see crumbling towers and lightning. It's almost like the very air that surrounds you is palpable. It's like a mud and a muck, and every step you take expends energy that you might expend in 5 hours. You see rivers of blood. And out of the darkness you see red
eyes, not of any creature, not of any natural creature, but red beams, and then another pair, and another, and another, and another. Hundreds and hundreds of sets of these eyes appear, and you hear, Orryn, 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 as Pebble shakes you from this dream. You wake up in what seems to be morning time, but there is no light here. You can only guess.
And I come to and wipe the sleep from my face, and I reach up and pet Pebble, and then look around, and I heard that did number 8 gave me his hammock?
Yes.
Sweet. It's good to be number 1, man. So I would have gladly taken him up on sleeping on the hammock. So I am hanging off the side of the hammock so that it's more of a bench at this point, and I'm sitting there with Pebble in my lap, and I'm just kind of looking around the camp to see if anyone else is awake yet.
You see that number 8 is packing things into your satchels, including bits of food, including you see some small water skins that he's placing in there, some that are actually quite small, perhaps a little too small to be containing water. And he looks up and says, "Well, good morning, Orryn." And he looks to Pebble, who's perhaps awake, perhaps not. I'll let you decide that, and he would give the same greeting to Pebble. I'll leave it to the other characters to decide if they're awake or asleep.
Well, when I see number 8, and he says good morning to me, before I say anything else, I'm sitting there just kind of twirling my wand in my hands, and I'm looking at him, and Pebble's looking at him, and Pebble says, "He had another vision."
Number 8 nods bleakly.
It
And
was
go ahead.
different this time.
You would know more about it than I, but if you'd like to share, you may.
And Pebble says, normally he doesn't talk about them, but you're saying they're not visions. That has us worried.
Well, I might be worried as well if I were you. Judging by your looks, you saw something quite terrible, maybe terrifying. The one thing I would say is this. This world,
And he looks around himself.
this place in particular, has a way of showing you not what is actually there, but instead what you need to see. I don't know.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, Orryn kind of nods like he understands what number 8 is saying.
I have packed for you bits of food, some rations. Your friends, they're not awake yet. Hello! Wake up! And he claps.
I'm up. What?
So Nymeria wakes up saying, I'm up, I'm awake.
And then Quint would sort of roll over, and he would be, as close to the runes as possible for protection. And, just kind of, there's leaves in his hair. And it's just like, oh, I would love some bacon.
Oh, off you go. There's vampire that needs slaying. You'll take the food that I have already put in your satchels. There is no bacon, I am sorry to say. Wild boar, given the ogre tribes that wander this forest, is very hard to come by. Venison jerky is all we have.
Gaharl would slowly wake up at this point, and he'd be sort of rubbing the sleep out of his dragonborn eyes, and he'd reach over to his pack, and he would start doing what looks a lot like what Orryn did, to sort of summon Pebble. And so he's getting, herbs out of a pack, and he's kind of put them in something, and he's crushing them, and he's holding what looks like a wand. And you begin to realize that he is, it's a pipe, it's not a wand. And he starts packing some of this, the tobacco he bought back in town, into this pipe, and it very sleepily kind of leans up against one of the trees and just begins slowly sort of smoking some of this great tobacco before we go on this potential ridiculous adventure to slay a vampire.
Great. The Endergreen Reserve wafts through Orryn's nostrils.
Trixie wafts to seas.
And smelling it, Orryn kind of gets a strange look on his face and then shakes his head. And he wanders over to where he summoned Pebble the night before, picks up the brass bowl from the ground, holds it up, kind of like gets his hair to be a little bit crazier since it kind of laid down a little bit overnight, and then tucks the bowl into his bag, shoulders the satchel, adjusts his armor, and snaps his finger, and Pebble runs, jumps, and like gets his claws in Pebble's armor and scales up so that he's kind of wrapped around Pebble's neck, and Pebble reaches up and gives him a pet and just kind of stands there waiting for the others.
Yep, that's what they do, for sure. I'm not shitting you. So I'll ask the question, do you head toward the ruins of Marthor, where he directed you? Or where he showed you the direction of where to go?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. As you're going, number 8 looks to Nymeria and points at the book on her side and says, "Now, be careful. Don't read everything you believe in that book. I would know."
What?
Don't believe everything you've read in that book.
Okay. That sounds right. She looks down at it for a moment, just holding it casually at her side, and she gives a little shrug and a nod. I always take things with a grain of salt.
Well, that's good. I would know. I wrote it.
And he ushers you off into the forest, and he says,
"Say hello to number 3 for me. It's been a long time since I've seen him, and it'll be a long time still."
and you journey off into the woods.
As we walk away, Pebble from Orryn's neck kind of looks back at the others and says, "Say hello to number 3. Is that a euphemism for something?"
Okay. The Journal of an Octave continued. The ancient scrolls and tomes. They say that the dwarven Lord Kor held a golden rod, that he used it to perform the most evil of rituals, and that the population of Salin, as well as their protectors, known as the Four Winds, rose up against him. That is what the tomes say. But it was not his rod. For the keepers of Salin were the winds of Salin, and they were also the keepers of such a magical object. I'm mixing accents because I'm so used to talking as number 8, sorry. And they were the ones who kept it, and they were the ones who used it. During the Saladian equinox, with the moon of infamous lycanthropy, Saladia, beaming high in the sky, they used it to banish all magic, if only for an instant, sacrificing themselves as magical beings to do so. That was when Salin celebrated its first fall, as every leaf in the forest fell to the ground. But it was not Kor that needed to be stopped. That part of history is false. It was not Kor's ritual. There was another. As you approach Marthor, you recognize the courtyard almost immediately. The well, the skeletal hand where you pulled the first part of the rod of 7 parts from, the one with the werewolf, This was the capital of Sir Salin. This was the Mecca. This was the beacon of all Hill Dwarven civilization, and here it stands in crumbling ruin, reclaimed by nature. Roll a history check, or if you prefer, any sort of intelligence-based check. Let me know what you roll in the chat, and let me know what you chose as your intelligence-based check as well. Gaharl. Looking around, you see fire marks on the walls. Still, after all this time, some stone can still be seen, and the fire marks, the burns are still there. And, you know, you've read about Sir Salin before. The Salinar, the hill dwarves, they burned this city to the ground, their own city, torched. You can't remember why. Hallow/hollow, what does that mean, Tim? You're muted.
Nothing public. No, I was kidding. It was supposed to be an inside joke that no
Nailed it.
So, yeah, forget I said it.
Hashtag fell flat.
Oh, I get it. Oh, I think. Okay. Dwarven history, is that what you're going for? What?
Yeah, no, just whatever history check. I actually did my history total was a 21.
Tim, you don't know anything. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
You don't know shit, man. No. Gaharl's looking at the burn marks, and you recognize that he's looking at the burn marks, and you know for a fact that those burn marks happened because of a disease that spread throughout Marthor. A disease that rotted the flesh. If you'd like to share that with him, you can. Otherwise, Orryn feels the magic in the air. The magic of this forest is still around, and you know that the building in front of you, in front of the well, not only doubled as the primary quarters for the royalty of the Salinar, but also the Arcane College. This is the College of Sir Salin, which, until many, many years ago, stood as a representation of Dwarven magic. Now, Dwarven magic is all but a joke in many circles.
So I would kind of almost pull my cloak kind of tighter around me as I sort of feel that kind of static electricity almost of the magic that is still sort of lingering in this place. And I sort of nod my head towards the well and look back at the others, and Pebble says, Number 8 mentioned that we should go down the well? Is that what he said?
Oh yeah, where all those free hugs were.
Yeah, right.
And the sign is still there.
Ryan, he said something about staying left. Let's not forget that if things get heated.
That is staying left inside of a big hall, he mentioned. Otherwise, what was it? Drugar? I think we're on the right side.
Correct.
And at the mention of the Dark Dwarves, Gaharl would think, he would almost wish that they forgot that they were supposed to keep left so that they could potentially keep right and, you know, wreck some Dark Dwarves' day for vengeance for Tritherion.
Standing in front of the well, Orryn reaches into his belt and comes back with kind of this black viscous liquid on his fingers, and he kind of rubs it on his hands, and Pebble speaks a few words in that kind of spidery language of Sylvan. And Orryn looks back, and Pebble says, "Well, we're ready whenever you are."
Nymeria reaches into her little explorer's pack and basically pulls out a length of rope and says, "Well, I'll be ready to get down there. Let's go."
As you begin climbing down the well, one at a time, only those with the eyes that can see in the dark can see very far. And it's not but 5 seconds before you can smell death. And we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break.
Man!
You think you cool?
What?
You think you hard saying we smell death and then calling for a break?
Yep, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to go get Pebble.
Awesome!
Yeah.
Yay!
All right, we'll see. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I'm definitely trying to. We're going to try to keep this between 3 and 4 hours, not go too overboard, because Cassie's got to sleep.
What? No.
Yep, Cassie's the only person who needs sleep. The rest of
Yeah, I
us
don't
have
need sleep.
evolved beyond it.
I transcended that a while back.
It's Friday. I don't need to sleep. I don't work on Saturdays anymore. I never worked on Saturdays.
Right.
Jesus.
What?
Well, thanks,
right.
everybody, for watching. We'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm back. I'm gonna look at comments.
Hello, everybody.
There he is.
Get off me. Here's Pebble. Hey.
He's so cute. Oh my
He's the
gosh.
cutest. He is cray. He's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
He's nuts. We got any cool questions or anything, or any comments? People saying funny stuff?
Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Richard Compton said that number 8 sounds like Varys from Game of Thrones, which I agree with. I love that voice.
Awesome. Yeah. Really cool.
A lot of people saying that they're watching us instead of Acquisitions Incorporated because Acquisitions Inc. has got nothing on us.
Dude. That's pretty baller for a compliment.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks. Sorry. We had 64 people watching for once. That's a
awesome.
record for wins.
Yeah, that's a record for Sir Salin, man. That is awesome. He's like, Dad, I don't want to be in here right now.
I know he doesn't. Say hello to the people.
Love you, Pebble.
I love his big eyes.
I know.
They're cute. All right, man. I'm gonna let this dude
Say hello to your Uncle Matt.
Yeah, say hi to Uncle Matt. All right. I know you hate me. It's all good.
Time for an energy drink. That's a cute cat, man. That is a cute cat. So I have an actual wand for Pebble now. I've actually had this wand for a while. It's Voldemort's wand from Harry Potter, and I got it when the Harry Potter exhibition was going on in Seattle. And I always liked Voldemort's wand, and I liked the way that he held it. He didn't hold it like a wand. He held it like balanced on his hand, like it was just kind of hanging there in his hand, and I always liked that. So I picked that up, and then I was thinking about it, and I realized I had this, and it was kind of how I pictured Orryn's wand too. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna prop it up. I'm gonna have a prop for a D&D game. I'm gonna be that guy.
I think it's awesome, man.
Yeah, I like it. I can pick my nose with it.
I love that. That was my favorite. I think that's my favorite part so far in the session is when number 8's like, I trust you because of him, and he's just picking his nose with his wand.
It's like, you probably shouldn't.
Really? Oh.
I'm gonna post a link in the comments that is what Pebble looks like now.
Cool. How's it going, Timmy?
What's up, man?
What's going on, man? Quintwreck's acting all weird because he doesn't have his stuff, man.
Dude,
his
right.
mojo.
That's why I was also playing it a little quiet, because I was trying to make him aloof, not necessarily sad, but just like, whatevs.
You did it, man.
Going with the flow in it.
You did it. You did it well. You're doing it good.
Doing it big, man. Trying to think, how would he react? What would happen, you know?
Yeah. He's still
Yeah,
feeling...
At least I can cast a spell to get my familiar back. You can't really do the same thing with your sword, man.
It's true. And I think it's still, it's curious, where did the sword go? Like, I know that you dropped the Wakizashi sword as you were cutting yourself loose, but there really is no reason for the loot sword to be missing.
Then why is it missing, Barker? Give it back!
It's sitting right next to Dice's staff.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe you dropped it and just traveled 3 hours and realized later that oh shit, I totally forgot it.
But now he's got a baller staff made from a branch from a walking tree, and it's got an Ioun stone orbiting it.
Well,
Truth,
sadly,
dude.
that doesn't help Quint one bit.
No, it does not.
Well, I've got a loot with a bird orbiting it. And the loot with harps orbiting it.
There was actually something that I was going to say, Barker, was when I described Orryn doing his Find Familiar spell. All of that stuff is all material components for the Find Familiar spell. So it's really easy to flavor your spells and make them really cool and thematic if you just look at the materials that they require.
That's awesome.
100%.
Like Fireball requires a tiny ball of bat guano and sulfur. Like, describe what that looks like and smells like. That's a good way to do it.
Or even
That's
where
why-
you get it.
Yeah,
That's why
exactly.
wizard towers are so eccentric, and they have a bunch of crap everywhere, man. They got
Exactly.
bats. Why do you have a bat? So I can get its poop.
So I can get
Why do you have
cast
that?
Fireball out of my window at people trying to kill me.
That's it, dude. You just have to have a bunch of bat feeders.
Yeah.
And then he goes in and sweeps the floor.
Yeah.
All I can
Guano
imagine
bowls.
is you
Collect the whole
guys
set.
being on Wizard Cribs. Like you're on like MTV Cribs with wizards. You're
Just
like,
like,
here's
here's
my
where the
guano.
magic happens. This is where the bats poop.
Literally,
This is where
magic.
this is where I drop my
Assholes.
album. This is where I keep the bats.
I think that's Ozzy Osbourne's house. Actually, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's not
Pretty sure I saw that when Dave Navarro did Cribs, yeah.
This is where I keep the bats.
I see Vince sneaking around back there, Matt.
Yeah, I made the mistake of opening up the door, and he's like, this door's been closed for 2 hours, so there must be something good happening in here.
Yep.
I'm gonna go ruin it. Huh.
Well, speaking of ruining it, do you guys want to play some more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're ruining it.
You're ruining it.
Ruining it.
Ruining it.
No, Matt's right. See, okay, so for the viewers at home, Tim, when he's talking about runes, he says ruins, which is, obviously wrong. But
Go
when
back.
It's cute.
when he corrects himself, he overcorrects and he says runes.
Runes.
Did I do okay when I said it in the game?
Yeah, but you
Yep.
did it with your weird accent, though. You said runes.
Runes.
You know why? In my head.
Like, you say it with Durgan's accent for some reason. Runes.
You know what I did? I actually, if you listen to the weird rhythm, it's because I took James' advice. I said "ma" in my head, like maroon. So like, Quint sleeps near the runes.
Runes.
I sleep near the ruins.
Well, here's the deal. If you're in Marthor, in a place like that's actual ruins, you can pretty much say it and not ever get in trouble because I look at the runes. Oh,
Well,
yeah.
Gaharl slipped and he broke
Yeah.
part of a wall, so he ruined the runes in the ruins.
Oh, God.
Oh, dude, you're a wizard at that.
You're
Ruined the ruins in the ruins.
I
Oh,
love
you
it.
got him so good, Tim.
You're a wizard, Gaharl. Okay. All right. Let's
And,
rock and roll. Oh, go ahead.
Barker, I don't know if you saw in the chat, but Orryn is spider climbing
Yes.
down
Orryn.
the well.
I like it.
Wait,
Like Vince is gonna look at you and be like, "Oh, okay, all right, yeah, I know,
Oh
I know, I
yeah,
got
okay. Sorry, I didn't realize you were live, Dad. I'm sorry.
wait, what happened to Pebble?
you." Oh, we already did that.
Oh,
I'll do it again at the end.
okay.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Pebble. I'll tell you what happened with Pebble. I brought Pebble, and Pebble had enough of the spotlight. He's like, "Get me out of this room.
I'm done.
I'm done. I'm done." I got some. No, never mind. Okay, I was gonna say I got some ladies coming over, Dad. He doesn't. He doesn't have any
Hairless
testicles.
ladies.
He's been fixed. Hairless ladies.
I got some hairless ladies coming over, Pop.
Okay, so let's play some D&D. By the way, also thank you every single one of you for watching. We had up to 64 people watching. Now we got 43. Thank you very much. You all rock, and I hope that you're having fun. And I think it's going to get a lot more fun right now. So it's not long before you smell death. Something is rotting at the bottom of this well. It doesn't take long to get to the bottom, but who gets there first?
I would probably go down first.
Okay. How fast are you spider climbing past him, Orryn?
Honestly, I would probably spider climb just shortly ahead of the group to kind of look with my dark vision, but as soon as I reach some sort of clear bottom, I would wait for everyone to catch up and readily let Gaharl go in front of me.
Okay, great. So, Gaharl, clanless, as it should be said. You get to the bottom first. Turn around, look around in this large cavernous room. I want you to tell me what you see.
So Gaharl gets down there, and I imagine it sort of opens up. It's the hole, the well, and it comes down. And you see what looks like sort of not a settlement, but a small camp, and he remembers, last time we were here that people climbed up out of this with a prisoner, so it seemed like, they were definitely coming and going. He doesn't immediately see, I don't think that Dragonborn have dark vision, I believe we decided that. He doesn't immediately see the source of the smell. There's nothing around that he can see that obviously would have such a ridiculous stench, and his mind goes to the fish that Quint had. And so basically it looks as though people had stayed here before. That's where they were keeping Randall before we found him. And then beyond that, there are hallways that lead off to different areas of the well. Again, he can see very little, but it definitely is deceiving. The well in the middle of the town is deceiving because it seems to sprawl off in every direction.
Great. You're also very pretty far down. It's gone quite deep. Probably, you got down there quite quickly because you're all very skilled. Especially Orryn, just fine. But it definitely it didn't take long, but it was quite a journey, quite a trek. The next person down, who will that be? Guys.
I imagine the Quint would go probably last.
Okay.
Okay.
So I would go. I have dark vision. Definitely have no problem getting down there.
Okay, great.
I would probably drop down after Nymeria, and I also have dark vision.
Great. Nymeria, tell me what sort of flora grows down here.
As our eyes adjust, adapt to our surroundings, I see a lot of moss. It's very dense, and rather than being green and containing chlorophyll, it's black. And around it, what traces of any light coming down from the well, it seems to almost kind of suck into itself, kind of just absorb the lack of light. And a few of them have very faint spots of yellow on them, like mottled, and those are actually tiny flowers of this moss that's starting to grow everywhere.
And you find that the moss is quite slippery, actually, on the floor and on the walls, very slick. You might have to, you kind of need to watch where you're stepping to maintain your footing and not fall. It obviously smells like death in here. But Orryn, what do you hear? What does it sound like? Describe what the ears perceive.
So, the first thing that you would probably notice would be the wind that's coming up out of the well, coming from somewhere else deeper in the cavern. This air that is stagnant and smells, and it's carrying that stench of rot and decay and death, is moving through and whistling in all of the crevices, all of the cracks, all of the little nooks and crannies. The air is just moving through these things, creating this just constant white noise, this wavering white noise. And then on top of that, just the occasional drip of water, the occasional clatter as debris falls or shifts, as the rocks that are holding up all this weight sort of shift and crack, and dust kind of falls in plumes from the ceiling.
Nice, yes. The reverberations of the dripping water are ironically loud. Dripping water doesn't make too much noise, but there's some sort of dripping water, especially off to the left, but basically you're hearing it just entirely via the reverb in this cavernous room that obviously there's enough water dripping to make this moss grow on the floor, and it was obviously carved by dwarves, given the hallways in different directions. Quintwreck, as you get to the bottom, I want you to describe to me what you say to everybody else.
It would be sort of a you know, I think that Quint he's sort of trailing off in his mind a little bit here and there as we're going on the journey and as no one else is talking. So I imagine as we're kind of going down this ladder, it's that if you've ever caught yourself going downstairs or a ladder or doing something repetitious, there can be kind of a droning beat to it, like a dum, 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 dum. And so Quint's drawn to music. So I think when he gets down to the bottom, everything that Orryn describes, like these drippings and things like that, and I think he'd kind of be like just patting his legs, and he would look sort of at Nymeria and just be just aloof, not even really thinking of it, just hearing this rhythmic sort of clicking and dripping. And so he would kind of look around at everybody just like, hey, you guys, do you guys hear that?
And Pebble looks up at you and says, hear what? What are you talking about?
The rhythm of the place. The rhythm of feet against the wall. The rhythm of just this place. It's singing a song of death, but it seems so vibrant.
It's alive. Wait, that's basically, right? What do you mean? Nymeria asks just to make sure. She's taken her staff, the spider staff, out by this time, is kind of using it to poke and prod ahead of her as she sees clumps of moss growing either over rocks or maybe something more morbid.
As Quint is describing the rhythm of the place and Nymeria kind of agrees with him, Pebble and Orryn exchange glances as if to say, musicians. And Orryn reaches to his belt and pulls out his wand, and Pebble says, can everyone see? And Orryn kind of waves to his eyes, which have this kind of weird, silvery kind of reflection, like refractive quality to them as his dark vision is kicking in.
I can. You look quite eerie.
Yeah, I've never seen that kind of reaction in the dark. Nymeria mumbles. She can't see her own eyes. She doesn't know if hers are colored either.
You notice if you have dark vision, you notice that the world is seen in grayscale, obviously, and then there are many hallways, but the most rancid of hallways is a natural one. Very small, very tight passage to the left, the leftmost. And as you perhaps maneuver toward it, you might want to make some Constitution saving throws with a DC of 15. If you have been around dead bodies before, you'll go ahead and have advantage on the check.
Is that your first roll of the night, Tim?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
No.
No?
I rolled that history check.
Oh, that's right.
I
Okay.
didn't know anything about it because I was making a stupid inside joke like a butthead.
That's what you get. Tim rolled a natural one for those viewers at home. But what I'll say is, Tim, that fish is now on the floor, and perhaps, I don't know, I imagine Orryn sees this happen, and because he sees Quintwreck throwing up, perhaps that makes him throw up as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I definitely have that string where it's like coming out of my nose and my mouth, and when I'm done, I just have the watery eyes of like, oh.
Orryn, you find it easy to navigate through this passageway. Of course, I don't actually. If you guys want to go anywhere else other than left, that's fine. I have that mapped out too. It's completely up to you. So you let me know if you actually want to do anything else. I jumped the gun on that one. Sorry.
No, well, Orryn would absolutely naturally start going to the left. That was where he heard the water coming from. It was where number 8 told us to stick to. So unless anyone would object, he would kind of start toddling off that way anyway.
Yeah, so would Quint. He would almost, because that's the way we were told. Like,
Yeah. Gaharl would look longingly to the right as we walked, but he would follow the rest. He would follow everyone left with his axe in his hand.
Yeah, left, awesome. Yeah, for the viewers at home, that's a way to not be a better game master, is just to assume that you know what the players want to do. So, sorry
It's
about
alright.
that.
Just throw out a non-example to teach people during the game that, you know,
Yeah, I did it on purpose.
be a better railroader.
Be a better railroad master. Anyway, okay,
You call
so
it a conductor.
yeah. So, Orryn, you find climbing through this space quite easy. Quintwreck and Nymeria, it's a little more difficult. Gaharl, I need you to make some sort of dexterity check to because you gotta find a way to fit through this passage. Also, there are some parts of the walls that are quite sharp.
Alright, so I get a 16 dexterity. If I do athletics, I get a much better check.
It would probably be, I would say, just a flat dex right now. If
Okay.
you wanted to use acrobatics, you could.
No, 16, yeah.
Unless you wanted to like break off the stalactites and mites and just like to remove the edges, but actually that's perfectly fine. You maneuver your way through, and you exit out the other side of this passageway. That is very natural, but you know it seems quite long. Another great distance downward, and this opening that you find at the end, as you crawl through it, the smell just hits you worse. It's just awful.
Quint gags. That, like, serious dry heavy, like, oh.
Everybody go ahead and give me a perception check. If you don't want to roll perception or would rather roll, we'll say, investigation for something more specific, you may. And I'm opening something. Okay. Nymeria. I'll start with Gaharl. Gaharl, you immediately see on the left of you, because it's this kind of large hall, and you're in the southeastern corner of it. On the left of you, at the very south end, you see two humans. They are tied to some sort of, we'll say, metal rod up toward the ceiling, just to the point where they can touch the floor with their toes. Both of them look to be unconscious or dead.
They're hanging, like, from their wrists.
Yes, hanging from their wrists. Nymeria, you see on the northern side of this room, what looks, honestly, it looks like a large throne, and it's in front of a stone wall, gray stone wall. The throne is oddly shaped, though. And all of you hear the sound of dripping water coming from the northwestern corner of the room. Gaharl, what do you do?
I would, so we're basically crawling through this fairly small passage, and I would come out and sort of, I guess, ready myself, seeing the people hanging, and obviously being able to tell that they're not here of their own free will, and remembering that Randall came out of here, and remembering the stories that number 8 told us, as well as the fact that there's potentially a vampire roaming around. Basically, I would begin to ready myself to attack something or defend myself, but I'll wait for the rest of my party to kind of climb out of this hole and more or less just play it safe because I can see a little bit less than everybody else in here.
Okay, great. Nymeria?
Upon seeing the people, she would, after coming out behind Gaharl, tentatively step forward and just seeing this oddly shaped room. She looks to the humans. They are humans. Yeah. I imagine. Okay.
If you go up to them, actually, you see that one is a human.
Mhm.
He looks vaguely familiar to you. The other is looks to be an elf.
Well, feeling a little bit of sympathy just for their predicament. Hold on. Sorry. She reaches up to grab the ropes above their heads, standing a little bit on her tiptoes to do so. And decides to cast the spell. Oh shoot. Okay. Well, actually, she just takes out her scimitar and basically just quietly tries to saw at the ropes rather than just hacking them down
Okay.
to help lower each one of them to the ground and at
Okay.
an uncomfortable position.
Great. You do so, and they collapse to the floor at your feet.
Next, looking at them, she looks to the others, admittedly uncertain what to do with these limp bodies.
Seeing her go over there, I would follow, sort of, again, just trying to remain alert, not really sure what's going on, but feeling a little claustrophobic and knowing that we're not necessarily stuck here, but retreat doesn't seem like a viable option. So, he's being very careful, but would go over and try and help these people and potentially see if they're, dead or alive, how badly they're hurt, and potentially help them remain stable, being a cleric.
Okay, great. Give me a medicine check, and you can have advantage if Nymeria is helping you out. Is that a yes, Nymeria? Nope. Screw this guy.
Yes.
I know.
So a 13 medicine check with advantage.
Okay, great. The human is breathing. The elf is quite dead, and you notice a large gash in his gut. He has been eviscerated.
So the human is alive, but basically unconscious, and there's no
Yes.
hope of potentially waking this person, or do I see any obvious wounds, or just the general, malnutrition of being hung by your wrists in dank hall?
Malnutrition. It looks like his shoulders might be out of their sockets. Also, if Orryn is stepping forward to take a look, also he would notice that he's very, very, very familiar to Orryn, and you can confirm this by checking his teeth, which still maintain the blackened stain of ink from the reach. And he is just battered and bruised and unconscious. The other one is dead.
Upon seeing the blackened teeth, and at first Orryn's face is confused, and then realization dawns on his face, Orryn kind of steps back, and I use my one with the shadows invocation, and as Orryn steps back into the shadows, they kind of envelop him, just kind of close in around him almost like water, and Orryn is nowhere to be seen. But he moves unseen back to the wall, and using his spider climb, which I assume is still active, he kind of clambers up the wall so that he can have a good vantage point. And as he gets up the wall, he pulls out his wand, and he's just kind of sitting there about probably 15 feet up off the floor with his back to the wall and his wand out.
Very good.
So Quint would step forward and he would ask. He would say, "Do you remember the names? Do they have names?" And he would kind of sort of look and recognize the person from the time when all of us met, and just recognize him. Just that sharp pang of seeing a familiar face hurt, even if you don't know them very well, would just hit Quint in the heart. And he would feel weirdly guilty, like it was somehow his fault.
Nymeria would frown at the sight, seeing the terrible gash in the elf, but seeming to lack the same respect that, say, Quint would have towards the bodies. She does actually kind of start and rifle through the elf's pants and whatnot to see if there's anything there. Any kind of clue. Where was he? How did he get here? Who knows?
So Gaharl would, while we're checking them, like you said, one is very obviously dead, and Gaharl again would try and wake the unconscious one, and it's seeming at this point that there's no stirring. He just seems basically like whether in shock or knocked out, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Because I would basically see Orryn disappear, and I would look to Nymeria and almost give her a sad look, like he would say to Nymeria and Quint and sort of the room, Orryn, but still a little quietly, "I'd like to try something that's a bit unnatural, but I think it will help us." And Gaharl would begin getting some things out of his pack. Specifically, he would get incense, and he would start burning it, and he would begin casting a ritual to hopefully get some answers from this dead person using the Speak with Dead spell.
Excellent.
And she backs away from the body and just kind of lets him do his thing and keeps an eye everywhere else.
You place your hands upon this elf, and in just a moment, his eyes open with shock. And he said, "Where am I? Where am I? Oh God! Oh, there was nothing. Oh, who are you? Where am I? Did you save me?"
Having done this a few times before, this elf would immediately see a look of just immense sadness on Gaharl's face, because he knows that this is always the worst part. In short, basically trying to explain to somebody that they're dead is one of the worst things he's ever done, but he does so. He explains that it's for retribution, so he tells them, listen, I need you to calm down.
Calm. Who are you?
My name is Gaharl, and I am the angel of your retribution. If you would only help me. I found you here. I'm very sorry to say it, but you're dead. And
I'm dead. Listen, am I alive now, though? I'm alive now, though. You saved me.
Well, I need you to answer some questions for me.
Okay. Anything. I'll do anything.
And Gaharl would very specifically not answer his question of whether he was alive or not, knowing that generally launches into a much more complicated conversation. He's only done this one other time, and he definitely learned some lessons from it. And so he would ask first. He would say, do you remember how you got here? Do you remember how you found yourself to be here?
I live here. And he looks to his right shoulder, motions toward it with his head, and you can, as you kind of look at underneath the sleeve, you see a tattoo. And I will show you that tattoo right here. Can I screen share while I don't have camera? Let's try it.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out.
I don't think you... Oh, you can. Hey, look at that.
You see that. You see that tattooed on his shoulder. You can take an intelligence check really quick, Gaharl, to see if you recognize what that is.
Oh, I see it. Oh, that's cool.
That is an 18.
Those are tuning forks. And, yes, specifically there are 3 of them. Wait, hold on. Yes, yep. I'm making sure I counted them right. There are 3 tuning forks.
Wait a minute.
No, and if I may, while this is all happening, I think that to me, Quint would sort of see what was going on and be just really disturbed by it, but at the same time, when the now dead person's gaze catches their shoulder, Quint can see the train wreck that's coming if he only looks down and see himself eviscerated. So Quint would sort of swoop in on the side and just kind of, arm around shoulder, kind of just like, it's all right, friend.
Thank you.
It's all right. Listen. It's going to be okay. Soon. It's going to be okay, all right?
Thank you. What else do you want to know? Anything?
And so the next question I would ask him would be, and it's difficult. I would look to my companions, like, knowing that we have limited time and a limited amount of information that we can glean from this person. I would sort of look to Quint and I would ask him. I would say, so, we can ask, all kinds of questions, who he is and what, but what do we need to find out?
What's your name, friend? Let's ask him that. Let's just. Why don't we ask him that? Who is that all right with you?
My name, number 7.
And Quint would immediately look to Orryn, like, where are you? And realize he can't find him. Like, looking around like, hey, this is one of your boys. Wait.
As soon as he says my name is number 7, like this, you kind of see the outline of Orryn appear as he kind of allows himself to slide down the wall, and he kind of lands, and he very slowly starts walking over to where the others are, almost his wand kind of hanging limp in his hand, like he's forgotten it.
Seeing Orryn come out, sort of seeing him appear again, and understanding, that Gaharl has sort of facilitated this, but isn't entirely sure exactly what everything we need to know, especially, the conversation with number 8 was very much over his head for most of it, and so he would tell the party that we had 2 questions left.
Quint would say, I'm not sure what's more creepy.
Nymeria speaks up and looking to everyone. Should we perhaps ask about, what is it, the Pentas? The Penta?
Hurry. Come on, save me. Please.
Ask him, Orryn.
What, us? Pebble says. We don't know who he is. And Orryn kind of looks down, and he kind of kneels down, not like on his knees, but almost just kind of like he sort of bends over a little bit, looking at this guy. And and Pebble says, "You don't know us, but this gnome, this is number 1."
A look of shock on his face, but obviously his concerns lay elsewhere, and he says, I don't want to go back. Number 1, there was nothing there. I don't want to go back there.
Orryn looks up at Gaharl and then looks back down to the guy, and Pebble says, Gaharl is gonna get you where you need to go.
Smile crosses his face. You see broken teeth along the right side of his lower jaw. Broken teeth, blood that's been dried and caked and kind of running down his chin.
Listen, I'm not quite sure how this spell works, but Gaharl here says we have 2 questions left. So we have to be quick. And Orryn looks at Nymeria and then looks back down and he says, Pebble says, "Where is the Pentas?"
His eyes look forward, actually through Gaharl's legs behind the throne, and you see that gray stone slab. And you see that actually it has a line, a vertical, almost like a line or a crease in the middle, showing that it actually might be 2 stone slabs that have been put together.
I see. Thank you. And Orryn stands up and his face is pale in the black and white of dark vision. And Orryn kind of lapses, well, Pebble kind of lapses into silence as he and Orryn look at the group like, does anyone else have a question for this last one?
Quint would look at Gaharl and say, where can we find the one who did this to him?
Exactly. Thank you. That was my question too. Nymeria mutters a little impatiently.
And Quint would wink at Nymeria.
Gaharl would sort of look at them, and he wouldn't be sure how to do it, but he'd say, I'll handle that part. We have one more question before we get to the worst part of this. So, and I would turn, and Gaharl would immediately realize that he shouldn't have said that, but he would turn and he would say, what were you sent here to do? Is there anything we can do to basically, what were you sent here to do? Why he said he lives here, but it's very difficult to decide what question to ask him. Gaharl would almost be at a loss, but he would ask him.
I feel like he would start shaking in my hands, like almost like the shivers of death.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Quint would kind of just try to hold him, but it's just this unnatural convulsing, like, and I'm trying not to freak out.
Mm-hmm.
Gaharl would try and continue calming him, and he'd say, listen, we're coming to the end of this now, and the best I can do for you in the afterlife is we can bring you some sort of retribution through my god, Tritherion. I'm very sorry.
Afterlife. I can't. No. You have to save me. He begins drooling a little bit.
And Gaharl would say, I'm very sorry, but we've come here too late, and the best we can do is finish whatever you were sent here to do. I can tell that you're one of the octaves, and the best we can do is finish your work. And is there anybody that we need to that we can notify? Is there anybody we can tell of your death, and more importantly of your life, and what you were sent here to do?
You know what? He would look you dead in the eyes, and an extreme sadness will cover his face as he realizes the answer to that question. And he says, no, there's nobody. Please, you have to. And he's still again.
And Gaharl would be sitting there with his eyes closed as the incense runs out. Begins to basically burn away, and you realize that a lot more time has passed than occurred to you. It took a very long time to start the ritual, and in general, it's almost as though time dilated. We had what seemed like 30 seconds to speak to this person, and when we sort of come to, we realize that it's almost been 2 hours. The ritual just does very weird things to the area around it due to the magic and whatnot. And so Gaharl just sits there for a moment, and then for more and more, and for about 5 minutes, and then finally he opens his eyes and looks to the group, and doesn't even have words to say. Just very much conveying through his eyes, like we all know what we have to do. Obviously for Tritherion, we have to avenge this person as well as continue our quest.
Nymeria is standing with her back to Gaharl, just staring at this door, these slabs. And she glances over her shoulder at him, pointedly at him, and just has this look of disdain, of frustration and anger. And she says, I hope we never have to do that again. The dead are meant to stay dead.
Go ahead, Orryn.
Oh, I was just gonna say that, while Gaharl is sitting there for the 5 minutes after the ritual ends, Orryn is standing there, and his eyes sort of never left Seven's face, even as he sort of convulsed and slipped back into the afterlife. And Orryn is sitting there, and his fists are clenched, and they're kind of shaking. And a few times since you all have met Orryn, he's tapped into the energy of the Feywild and given himself the appearance of a terrifying Fey creature. And as he's sitting there, this kind of purple aura comes over him, just kind of faintly sort of ebbing into existence, and like the light sort of takes on the shape of antlers over his head, and his eyes become shadowed as he's just sitting there just fuming, angry, and this Fey presence is sort of leaking into the material plane as he's having trouble controlling his emotions.
And so after sitting after this ritual, and Quint was holding this person in his arms, Gaharl would sort of motion to him to lie him down, and he would sort of ceremonially, he would begin cleaning, the caked blood and the drool from his face and around, the gash. Obviously, it can't do anything to, make it any better, but more or less just cleaning it up in ceremony, and in general, just almost doing his best to pass him on to, wherever he will go next. And he lays him down, lays him out, and puts his arms over his chest, and closes his eyes. And he looks to the rest of the group, and in a way that you haven't seen Gaharl yet. He's been a lot of confusion jokes and just sort of hitting stuff. But he says very seriously, I owe a solemn vow to whoever this person is, and I understand that they're of your order, looking at Orryn, but it is my duty to avenge them, whatever that may mean. There may come a time when you disagree with that decision, but do not stand in my way when it comes to retribution.
You hear this voice come from the northern side of the room. And as this creature begins crawling up from behind the throne, as you say, I must avenge this person, you see that there are lights on the floor that are just blood red, that magically begin to orate more and more, lighting this up. And you see that the throne is made of carcasses, and this creature has crawled up the back of this makeshift chair and looks at you and says, now you must die. Roll initiative.
Oh, shit.
So I decided to throw my die on the floor. My cat's going to knock it under the chair.
We're live, Tim. We're live.
Sorry. You know what? I dropped it and it fell right on a 20, and I felt wrong because it didn't roll. I dropped it and it landed on a 20.
Dude, rolls off the table don't count.
I was like,
don't be a scrub.
Post your initiative and your armor class in the dealio on the other side.
Ooh,
Oh goodness.
Oh.
that's bad armor class.
That's bad armor class.
I need to do a prayer to Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson. Hopefully they'll protect my ass.
What's your initiative, though, there, Tabletop Terrors?
I'm getting there.
You fudging it?
He had to roll his armor class first.
It's at least 12 or 13.
It's like right around there. It's like in that ballpark.
No, I'm looking at what I just can't do math. There. I couldn't read my own handwriting is what it was.
All right. 1 second. Okay, so 15. All right. Trying to get the board better, but I can't. Okay. Okay, so this creature, head completely bald, pale skin, eyes of black, teeth yellow, blood dried, dripping down her face. She is the vampire spawn that Quintwreck remembers learning about previously. The undead creature that immediately leaps up to the ceiling and clings upon the cavernous ceiling and crawls as quickly, twice as fast as Orryn was spider climbing down the well, and leaps off and will be leaping off toward Nymeria. Okay, so Nymeria, this creature is going to attempt to kind of hit you in kind of like a running jump. So I would say that we will, yeah, that's just going to be a claw attack. We'll do claws. So, you posted your armor class. I should have wrote that down. Cassie, did you post your armor class? Nope, you didn't. No, it's all good. So then we have a hit. Okay, so the vampire tackles you. Go ahead and roll a strength or dexterity saving throw or fall prone. And the claws of this creature dig into your shoulders and pull and just tear into you as you take 8 points of damage. Actually, yes. Actually, yes. Actually, yes. Go ahead. It will then open its jaws and attempt to bite you on your neck. Tell me how you dodge it, or block it, or get away from that bite.
Nymeria sees this terrible, disgusting creature rising from behind the throne, and basically, as the creature comes towards her, she can't help but shout, "Oh, you hideous monster!" She just kind of screams at it, and of course that turns into a scream of terror as the thing actually lands on her. Thankfully, she was holding her staff, the spider staff, and while she is clawed, she manages to basically shove the staff between herself and the spawn. So instead, the teeth clamp down on this thick wood. The spider points just above her head,
Awesome.
and with almost a snarl, she just whips it back, just shoving the thing off of her and getting to her feet as quickly as she can.
That's awesome. Yes, the vampire is just gnawing at the staff, just kind of tearing it, shavings of wood off of it with her teeth. And next up will be Orryn and Pebble. And Orryn, you looking at this creature remember the stories you were told as a small child to keep you from going out into the woods, as if that would ever stop you from doing that, you gnomish punk. But you remember that not only, is the old stake to the heart trick quite true, but running water has a way of stopping the magic of the Shadowfell, of making it cease. So you remember stories of rivers being safe havens away from the mythical vampires that obviously don't exist, yet here you are, staring one in the face. And I would say that, yes.
Okay, so Orryn, as the vampire spawn is lunging at Nymeria and sort of tackles into her, Orryn sort of takes off running and does a couple of eldritch blasts, like almost like he's ducking for cover and he's just trying to get some bullets flying. So he just goes and sends 2 eldritch blasts, and he says, or Pebble says, Nymeria, duck! And then he says, aim for the heart, try to get it to water! Alright, so here come the 2 eldritch blasts. One is a definite miss, the second is a 17.
Okay, great, and that is armor class, obviously, so
yep.
Yes, describe to me how it hits.
Okay, so, 9 damage, so the first one just kind of like sizzles past, and Nymeria, you probably feel the heat of it as this kind of just crackling sort of dart of purple energy just like flies past you. The second one kind of cuts right across the vampire spawn's skull, just tracing a line of charred flesh right across, right above its ear, and maybe if it has pointed ears, it takes the tip of the ear off as it rakes past her skull. And
excellent.
That's 9 force damage.
Great.
And as I'm doing that, I'm moving my full speed basically towards a wall so I can put my back to it.
Great. Cool.
And if I can make it to a wall, I'll use my remaining movement to start clambering up it, since spider climb is still active.
Yes, go ahead and do that. That's fine.
Okay, cool. So I'll clamber as far as I can up the wall.
Cool. So you are clambering up the wall. Nymeria, you're fighting this thing in close combat. The vampire, she's taken a hit to kind of the skull and the ear, and it definitely did some damage. You hear the singeing of the skin. And next up, Quintwreck. What do you do?
So I think this would be a lot for Quint, because he's heard of these stories, and I think ironically, after holding the person that we were speaking with who was dead, you see Quint covered in blood, but conversely, of anything we've seen, he's probably the most frail and weakest looking he's ever looked. And you see he has these bags under his eyes, and he kind of fumbles for the harp, and he's looking for Nymeria's harp, and honestly, I feel like he would look, and just seeing all of this happen, and seeing the gnawing, and seeing all of this going on, he wouldn't know exactly what to do, but I think he would sort of start to fumble and play as best he could on this instrument that he is clumsily holding, that he is not familiar with, and he's trying to play a melody that's familiar, and he's trying to go far, far, far back, and the only thing that his fingers can pluck is a song that his mother, Mariana, used to sing to him. And it was just very, very simple, and these notes are just doom, 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 doom. But they sound much more wretched, and it's doom, 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 doom. And through that, somehow, miraculously, I'm able to give bardic inspiration, and I'm going to give that bardic inspiration to whoever is closest to me. So who would that be, players or DM?
Probably Gaharl, because you were working with him to heal the guy.
Yeah, I think it would be
Perfect.
me
So
because
then-
they were both running off.
Perfect. So somehow I would still muster up deep from within this bardic inspiration. And so what that means is that you have a D6 that you can use at your disposal for an ability check, an attack, or a saving throw.
Beautiful. Awesome. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn? Move around. Gaharl, you hear this sound as it flows through your ears. Your heart rate increases, and the only word on your mind is vengeance. Actually, 2 words. Vengeance, baby. It's good to be the king. Okay.
So, yeah, I would just kind of look at Gaharl like as a cue, like what are we doing, man?
And Gaharl would say, "I came here to smoke Endergreen and kill vampire spawn, and I'm all out of Endergreen."
Can I give him my point of inspiration that I have?
Absolutely, you may.
Yeah, James, take it.
Plus the D6 from the inspiration. What are you going to do?
Okay, so it is my turn, because I almost started going and I realized I didn't know if it was my turn yet. So Gaharl he would laugh. You just see this like immense joy fill him. The fact that he's not on a months or years long quest of retribution. That the object of his quest is right here in front of him, and he has his axe out and he begins laughing and he looks at Quint almost knowingly, and he runs at this vampire spawn. He charges it. And because it at this point is engaged with Nymeria, and he wants to run and more or less hit it full on the ribs, just with his two-handed battle axe. Just charge and end this thing, like really just happily spill this thing's blood.
Beautiful. Roll with advantage because of the inspiration, and add the D6, I believe, unless that's an option to add the D6. I think it's.
I think it's an option, and I want to save it because I actually have something called Charger that allows me to get a +5 to an attack bonus if I run at least 10 feet, which I'm pretty sure that I am. So I am getting a +5, and I have a ton of inspiration, so if I screw this up, I'm getting advantage. Oh, advantage anyway? Or yeah, no, okay, we got it. 19 on the die, so...
Okay. And you did have advantage on that roll because of the inspiration from Orryn.
Okay, well, adding it all up, my 6 attack bonus and my 5 from Charger, I got a 31 because I rolled a 19 on the die.
Wow. That is...
I had to do the math again. Yeah, 31. Oh. I'm going to roll this again for advantage just to see if I get a 20. But I don't
actually, wait, hold on. Actually, Matt asks a very good question, and it is a good question. Can he not hold on to the inspiration? Usually I've played it where, hey, I think that whatever you're doing right now is really, really cool. So here's an inspiration for that thing. But if you guys, if the rules say otherwise, then we'll change it up.
I thought it was if you have inspiration, you can choose when to use it. But if it was like specifically he has to use it for that thing that I gave him inspiration for, that would just be your call, Barker.
No, I would let him use it whenever he wants. I think that's a good call.
Here's the thing. This is not a joke, and I am being 100% serious. I rolled it again because I thought I had inspiration, and I will happily use one of the 3 that I have. I rolled a 20. I rolled a 19 the first time, and then I rolled it again, and I got a natural 20 on the dice.
Use the inspiration.
Yes, absolutely. I'm like, listen. So in this case, yeah, I'll happily use that inspiration on this turn like I thought I had to get a crit. So that gives me a 32 to hit.
Beautiful. You definitely hit. Go ahead and roll your damage and add that up, and then roll the damage dice again and add that to the total.
Okay. All right, so we're rolling basically damage twice.
Yes, except for the second roll is just your damage dice, I believe.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Can you guys tell? Raise your hand if you can tell. It's been 3 months since I've run any game ever. I'm
Well,
like,
and that's the thing.
inspiration? What's inspiration?
All right, so I'm rolling
I'm like,
my
how
one.
do you move in D&D? What do you roll to do that?
We're using D&D tonight? Oh my god, I've been playing Fantasy.
I've been rolling fate dice. Shit.
No.
Okay.
So
what
I
you're
have a
saying-
Jenga tower set up. I've been playing Dread.
Okay, so I need the book. Can I? Okay, so I got. You're saying roll my D10 twice and add my bonus once, right?
Yes.
So that gives me 14. But I have this thing I didn't think I'd ever get to use that I actually have to look up called Savage Attacks, and I wrote on my character sheet plus damage to crit. And I did crit, so now I have to see how much plus damage that is and if it applies. Oh no, actually, that was back when I was a half-orc. That is actually a half-orc thing. I do not have Savage Attacks. Apparently.
Back when Gaharl was a half-orc.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
back during
I cast Find Familiar and he took a new form.
So, yes, to end my 15-minute turn with a critical hit, that gives me 14 damage.
Okay, great. Who gave you that axe? Where did you get your battle axe, Gaharl? Who gave it to you?
The battle axe is, after going through a lot of different weapons, he finally found that he liked the way a battle axe, the way it felt in his hands, two-handed. You know, he's tried sword and shield and a few other things, but the battle axe just has a heft to it.
Yep.
And so it was actually, it was a gift from his parents. It was made by a blacksmith that was coming through town, of course, before Cartelet splintered and was destroyed by his nemesis and the terrible thing. So not only does this axe, not only does it hold great sentimental value for his son of a bitch, for his parents, but the idea that it almost embodies like retribution itself. It's like the more retribution he carries out with this specific item, it's almost as though Tritherion smiles upon it for that reason. To use this instrument for what it was made for.
Great. But there's something you didn't know about this axe. You have slain quite a few things with it. But the thing you didn't know about it is it actually has a name. An ancient name. Yes, it was given to you by your parents, but perhaps your parents didn't even know of this. And as you strike the vampire in the chest, you realize as the vampire just flies backward, glowing red runes just appear on the axe. And they say, Fang's Bane.
And upon just absolutely smashing into this thing and it flying backward and the runes showing up again, like Gaharl just up and like a laugh like fills the room, just almost inspirationally. And he laughs and flames, almost waft from his mouth, and he just immediately the feeling in the room. A moment ago it was scary, and Nymeria was being attacked, and you've got Orryn climbing up the wall, and immediately Orryn almost seems 2 feet taller, and it's just he feels invincible versus this thing, and in the same way, his comrades almost feel empowered that this thing is going to find retribution very soon. It's just a matter of not when we kill it, but how we kill it.
Great. So basically, when you hit a vampire with this axe, it does an extra D10 of damage, and your axe is now considered a magical weapon.
Awesome as hell.
Go ahead and roll your D10.
Don't fail me now, buddy. Don't you fail me now. I'm gonna roll it extra.
Can I just say how awesome it is that Barker just gave you a magic item, not by having you find a magic item, but by saying, oh, by the way, this weapon you've been using the entire time, it's a magic item.
That thing.
And you
that
didn't
thing
know
is
it.
amazing.
I love it.
So,
steal that as a quick tip.
so on my magical vampire killing campaign ending axe, I got an 8.
All right, great. This is your 25-minute frenzy, fans.
There we go.
All right. Okay, cool. So, beautiful turn. And we'll go ahead and jump to Nymeria. who this vampire has just been knocked off of you, away from you, into the distance, falling into a pool of blood that is formed from this throne that has just been seeping tiny creeks of blood into the center of this room, and blood just sprays everywhere.
I was just thinking. Oh, Nymeria gets up, clutching her right arm where the claws are just torn at her flesh. However, that pain just almost seems to subside as she hears Gaharl just laughing, just so happy, or satisfied, rather, at what he's about to do. And she watches, letting out a laugh of her own, as the vampire just goes flying out into the pool of blood. And it occurs to her, she wonders, can a vampire drown in a pool of blood? How big is this pool of blood?
Oh, shit. You tell me. Yeah, you know what? I think that'd be pretty... Yes, we'll say yes. This pool of blood is deep enough to fit, like, a vampire head and a half in.
Awesome. Okay. So, almost casually, as if she's not too worried about it getting out very quickly, she takes her spider staff and almost casually just hits the butt of it in the ground, and a web comes flying out.
Ooh.
And it just covers the top of this pool of blood, leaving it being just about even with it. And it just gets thicker and thicker, and just attaches solidly to the floor, or the rim of the pool of blood, almost pressing down on it as the the tension. What is it? You know how like water has tension and it grabs things almost. What is it?
Hydrogen bonding?
Yes. Okay. Except the blood almost sticks to it, and this web becomes this almost impenetrable film just on top of this pool of blood, laying flat.
Cool.
Yeah.
Now, a question for you: is there because you're trying to cover the vampire in it? Is there some sort of saving throw or dex save that is involved with not being hit by that web, or perhaps getting out of it? I'm sorry to ask as a DM, but
that's okay. I guess
if it were up to me, you guys would be able to kill him. Okay, he's dead. All right.
Spell save is a 15. Yeah.
Yeah, so I believe it's a dex.
Dex. But it's not up to me. You know what I'm saying? All right. Spell save is a 15. Rolling the dex saving throw. That rolled off the table, and it's lucky for you because it was a 20. Oh, and the second one, I shit you not, is a 1. So,
So the web, when layered over a flat surface, has a depth of 5 feet. So.
The puddle has a depth probably about a foot.
Okay. So it's just, I imagine, with just the sheer mass maybe clinging to the rim of that would just be this great weight on top of her. It's up to you what happens there.
I like that. I like the idea of it kind of like pushing her down into the muck, and she's struggling to stay above it. Above the puddle, even to the point of drinking that which is killing her, and trying to gnaw at this web and not getting anything out of it. But so, is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn before we end the round?
I don't think.
Any middle fingers, or if you want to flip her off?
Part of me would want to set it on fire, but I don't have that.
Okay, I kind of want to set her on fire, but she's also in a pool of blood, and I feel like
that might not be the best thing. I don't know, but the web is flammable. But I don't have anything.
All right, so
okay.
Everybody,
Sorry.
Do me a favor, everybody. Roll dexterity saving throws, and you have to beat an 8. It's very mossy and slippery in this room. That was all you, Nymeria.
I did. Oh, you're right. I did do the moss, didn't I? All right. Let's see.
Ooh, nice. Okay, all right. So everyone stays on their feet. Wonderful. And just gonna now you. Okay. This creature will try to get out of the puddle, out of the web, and at the end of each of its turns, it is going to start taking damage if it can't get out. So, how does a vampire go about doing that? Well, how does any creature go about doing that for your web?
Well, as the web collapses and pins this thing into the pool, Nymeria watches as it kind of gurgles, it's flailing about, it's just trying to tear it apart.
Well, how does it, what I mean is, does it roll a dex check or a strength check or something?
Dex, yes.
Dex every time. Okay, cool. So.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. So, but yeah, absolutely, exactly what you said. It's gurgling and as the blood is just flowing, and it starts to try to drink it up to remove the puddle, but just can't drink enough. And that is a 3. That's a 9. So that will not work. So it's still trapped there. Number 2, Orryn. You are in this room. The ceiling is the reverb of the dripping water has been silenced by the reverb of the screaming and gurgling, yet you can still feel the drips on your shoulders as they fall upon you. You see the vampire in the pool of blood in front of the throne of carcasses. What do?
So, can I see the vampire struggling from where I am, kind of clinging to the wall?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna... I don't want to destroy the web, though, with my Eldritch Blast. I hadn't thought about that. I want to keep it under the web.
It is pinned there. I mean, so that's... I don't know, it's your choice. It would be an easier hit, right?
Yeah, but if I shoot the shit out of the web with magic, it's potentially going to weaken it or blow it apart. And then the vampire's just going to be like, thanks! Like, I'm out! And then eat us. So I'm thinking you got a good thing going on. Let's see here. Sorry, I had a plan and then I thought better of it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and... Alright, I'm going to ready an action. So I'm going to move farther up the wall, and I'm going to cast my Eldritch Blast, but I'm going to ready it. I'm going to hold it on the tip of the wand, so it's basically like ready to go. I'm going to ready the action for if the vampire breaks through the web or otherwise gets out of the pool, both of them Eldritch Blasts are going right between the eyes.
Awesome. Action readied. Very cool. Next up, Quintwreck, who hears a voice behind him say, "Oi, take this!" And as you glance back, you see the blackened, toothed guy coming to, and in his hand he's holding an object, and he tosses it to you, and it lands at your feet, a stake made of wood.
Awesome. Quint cries and sings a song. No, I'm just kidding.
Bitch.
You were serious? That got me so good.
So he, I think in the heat of battle he would. I don't know if you saw it too, Matt. I actually turned off my camera for a second.
That was what sold me. I was like, oh shit, he's really doing it.
So the wooden stake, I think Quint would kind of grab it without thinking, and then sort of look. Now I see the vampire, I see the web, I see Orryn, I see all this going on. I was right next to Gaharl. How quickly would I be able to get over to the vampire from where I was?
Fairly quickly. Definitely on a, I would say, if we're speaking in shitty 4th edition terms, 1 turn. You could probably get there. But if you're moving there, it's totally in slow motion. Just the holding of the stake and the running and the blood splattering and the vampires screaming through this net web, trying to gnaw at it, and actually maybe even starting to get a little bit of loosening it up a little bit. There's Orryn just pointing the wands as one step at a time, as, I don't know, something by Dio plays in the background.
Yeah. Holy Diver!
Yes.
It's my turn. It can be Holy Diver.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Sorry. You got me so
Player
good,
agency, Barker.
I know, yeah. I let my players choose their characters' theme songs.
I think as I get closer and closer to what you're describing, just instinct begins to take over, and you see Quintwreck's, his fist and his knuckles whitening as he's clenching the stake, not knowing exactly what to do with it, but knowing that it's important and that he can't drop it.
Okay. You're just running toward. Do you want to do anything else?
Yeah, I mean, genuinely, the only thing in my mind is get this thing to someone who can do something with it.
Okay.
And that's it. So Quint is going to do, like you said, in the 4th edition terms, the slow motion, the running. I mean, I imagine too almost this silence, like that echoey kind of no sound, but just this very distant, almost like the wet reverb only.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of just seeing tunnel vision as I see the splashing, and I see like just this faint purplish glow in the corner from Spider Orryn and Cassie and the web and everything, and I'm just like, just trying to get this there, knowing that I'm really not any good with it. So yeah, I'll take a full move action.
That is your move. No. Yeah, no, for sure. I hate the term move action, but that is your move action.
I know.
You also have other
double move.
Yep. You don't need a double move, man. You get it in 1 turn. That's what I was saying. You can just move and then take an action. That's what I was wondering. I was like, okay, you're going to try to do that. Well, try to do that then.
Sorry, man. I misunderstood you. I thought you were like, yeah, so describe a cool way to use a double move.
Oh, no, that might have been my fault. My bad. You and I miscommunicating, Tim? Never.
No, it wouldn't happen. So, I would say that when I get there, will you tell me exactly how much has the vampire been able to get out of the web or the puddle? Not at all. Do I run and find it in?
Not at all. You see basically a red face-like shape jutting out of the puddle as blood is pouring into the sides of her mouth. The web itself is completely drenched in red, kind of trying to squeeze her down, but definitely, you don't see. She's having a bad time.
You're gonna have a bad time.
You're gonna have a bad time.
All right, so then this is what happens. Quint, his fingers begin to loosen. He doesn't quite have the nerve to, but he does. And you see that the blank spot in his eye that was white, you see something snap, and you see something come over him, and just the sight of the blood, the sight of everything in front of him, he takes the stake, he looks down, and with all the force he can muster, he puts his knee into the back of the vampire, and not with glee, not with excitement, but with precision and economy of movement, he eyeballs where the heart would be. He lifts his hand as high as he could, and he stabs as hard through. I want to hit the floor with this stake.
I want you to roll a strength check for me.
I am going to use inspiration.
Okay.
Yes!
What'd you get?
19.
Okay. You go ahead and describe to me what it looks like as this vampire disintegrates into particles of dust or liquid or whatever. You go ahead.
So it's a little bit of both. And so what happens is when the stake hits, the immediate reaction is physical. It's wood hitting dead, decaying flesh. But once that happens, it's a chemical catalyst. It's a spiritual, almost divine reaction. And then from where the stake is, it's these cinders, these embers, and it's going from the middle, and it's going opposite sides. And as the embers are going, one part of it up to the head and the other part's down to the feet, Quint reaches down and grabs the thing by the hair, pulls her head up, and whispers in her ear, "It was never the sword. It was always in me all along." And as the thing disintegrates in his hands, he goes,
Oh, everybody gain a point of inspiration.
Dude, I have so many of those now.
The last thing you hear, Gaharl, you hear it specifically. You hear a gasp for air. You hear a and you look back and you see the elvish man who had died, the one that you promised revenge. And a small smile creases his face as he peacefully dies again. And you see perhaps the incense that you were burning just ignite like a spark and die out. And the room is as silent as it has ever been.
Can Gaharl break the silence?
Break the silence, baby.
So upon that happening, Gaharl reaches for his holy symbol of Tritherion and grips it. He's holding his axe in one hand, and he just grips it to himself, and to himself, a little bit the room, and mostly to his god Tritherion. He says, "There is life, there is death, and there is retribution. Sleep well, friend."
And his eyes that were open close. All right, we're out of initiative order. The room is yours.
So Orryn is still plastered to the wall, and he's sitting there, and the Eldritch Blast is on the tip of his wand, like a charged up plasma pistol from Halo, just like, and he just kind of lets it fizzle out. And he spins the wand, tucks it into his belt, and allows himself to slide down the wall. And as he does so, he ends the concentration on his spider climb spell, and instead uses detect magic and sort of sweeps his gaze across the room.
You see very little except for the stone that resides behind this makeshift throne is orating blue light, specifically a small, what looks to be cursive letters and writing along the top of it.
So I would wordlessly start heading towards it.
Great. You approach the stone, and written there in the tongue of the elves are words. I know Quintwreck can read Elvish, I believe. Anyone else that can? Maybe everybody. Nymeria, Gaharl, maybe. Not
No.
Orryn.
I'm a
Not me.
dwarven guy. I also do not understand Elvish.
Okay, great. So then you two might have to explain to your companions that what this says is this. Be gone, all thirds, fourths, and perfect fifths. For this broad stone only an octave shifts. Again, be gone, all thirds, fourths, and perfect fifths. For this broad stone only an octave shifts. And carved into the stone is that same 3 tuning forks assembled inside of a circle.
And Orryn kind of gets this disgruntled look on his face, and Pebble says, oh, it's too bad that octave over there is dead now. And then Orryn kind of gets a, oh. And Pebble says, oh, wait, Orryn's an octave.
I would just be staring at Orryn like, what are you talking about? Like, just waiting for him while he realizes, kind of like, oh yeah, I'd be like, that's you. You're the guy.
Like you know where the train of thought's going to end, so you're just like, go on, keep going, yes,
Keep
yes.
going. You'll get there, Orryn.
Oh.
And then...
And Pebble kind of hops off of Orryn's shoulders and is sort of sniffing around the stone. And Orryn's looking at it, and Pebble says, so we just try to move it, I guess. Maybe everyone else step back in case it explodes or teleports us to another dimension.
Orryn. You know, we gave you that tuning fork. Maybe the sound of it will
The fork.
do something.
Right. And Orryn reaches into his
Gaharl
leather armor.
would absolutely back up when he says, could teleport us to another place. I would immediately back up and make sure I had all my stuff so it didn't go missing. I'm like, just not ready to be teleported again.
And Pebble says, the fork is designed to detect planar inconsistencies. If there's anything otherworldly, otherplanar about this, then hopefully the tuning fork will tell us. Orryn, go ahead. And Pebble backs up. And Orrin's like, what the hell, dude? And then he just goes ahead and...
And that single note rings out beautifully. But that single note fades away, and you are greeted with silence and nothing else.
Orryn tucks the tuning fork away, hikes up his pants, and he braces his little legs against the ground and pushes.
Gaharl would laugh at everything that's going on, realizing that he's literally going to try to push it. I would just be like, this little gnome, it's just, I would think it funny.
And describe what you look like trying to move this giant stone that's not budging.
Basically like the guy at the gym lifting with terrible form. And you're just sitting there like, that guy's going to hurt his back.
Maybe you shove your shoulder up against it.
Yeah,
like try it in different positions.
I like do my back against it, and I get on the floor and brace my legs against it and start pushing my legs against it. Maybe he's not an octave. Maybe 8 had it wrong.
And then Quintwreck would sort of look around, and he would say, give that fork again.
And Orryn, he pulls the fork out, and he mimes throwing it so that you can catch it.
Okay. So, well, he stops you, like, no, you do it. And he pulls out his harp, and he says, go ahead, go on, hit it. So the tuning fork makes a boom, And then Quint listens, and he does the lowest string on the harp, and it's a boom.
As the stone opens up like two sliding doors, one left, one right, revealing a dark, dark place beyond. Something that I almost said night vision, something that dark vision, yeah, I put on my Predator infrared. No. But something that, it's not, you still can't see in the room. And it might occur to you that perhaps it's not because something is preventing your dark vision from working. Maybe it's because there quite literally is nothing in there, or just darkness in there.
While we almost go into this creep darky place, Nymeria heals herself with healing word for 8 points.
Awesome.
As the doors open, Orryn is like kind of turning around and like has this look of like, all right, looking at Quint like, I can't believe you figured that out. And Pebble kind of rubs up against your leg and purrs a little bit and says, good job, Quintwreck. Very good job.
Oh, I thank you. And Quint just keeps forgetting that this is like basically a little human, and he's just just petting, like tries to, kind of pet the head of a little Pebble.
And Pebble like loves it, just like putting his head up against your hand to get the pets. And then Orryn, when he turns around again and sees just this inky blackness, kind of just gets this look on his face and takes a few steps back, and is kind of shaking his head. And Pebble says, well, that doesn't seem natural.
And Gaharl, as a cantrip, would, if possible, find some sort of, really anything lying around, a rock or a bit of broken off something, and cast light onto it, and kind of chuck it, in there to reveal or not reveal anything naturally or otherwise.
Great. Whatever the object is, perhaps a bone or something, stick, you toss in there, and this light just lands on a floor that sounds like it's marble reverb, just impacts you, and the light grows and grows and grows until the floor turns white, and you see marbled walls and a marbled ceiling in front of you, and nothing else. It looks like an endless hallway, but it's strange. The walls and at the corners of the room, it seems like the room is constantly reimagining itself. Bricks turn to stone, turn to marble, just in the very corners. Like if you've seen a Scanner Darkly, like a scramble suit, just something that's trying to make up its mind of what it looks like. And but mostly marble dominates the room.
Gaharl would sort of look at everybody, and realizing that he wasn't teleported to another dimension, would say something along the lines of, well, we've come this far. Should I go first?
Always.
And I would begin slowly walking. I was kind of behind everyone, a little further away, and I'd begin walking, sort of looking to see, before I quite pass the threshold, if they'll, if anybody's stopping me, almost wanting somebody to, but, ready to more or less walk into the unknown, realizing that it's unlikely there's anything else for us anywhere else. I'd be very interested to enter this crazy hallway to hopefully learn more about these octaves and everything else.
Great. And everybody kind of follows in behind him?
Yeah, uncharacteristically, Quint would probably go right after Gaharl.
Nice. Nice. Bold move.
I would ask Quint if he still had that stake. I would want to, if possible, keep it personally, if it weren't disintegrated or exploded or otherwise lost.
I'll tell you what. I'll trade you. It's the only weapon I've had all day.
I've got a hand axe you can use.
Deal.
And so I would give him one of my two hand axes, usually used for throwing, but large enough for a dragonborn that it's I think it fits very well in a half-elf's hand. You know, it fits to the sort of the slender frame.
I was going to say, to me, the size of a hand axe for you is probably like a wood-cutting axe for me.
Yeah.
As you all enter this room, the room itself, as you're all inside, again reimagines itself like a how would this look? Just constantly changing stones to brick to marble to different surfaces, and the door that you walk through disappears and it turns into a marble wall, and everything around you converts to marble, and in the center of this square room a rectangular altar appears, and you begin to see kind of bones appearing around you, just scattered. There's also a skeleton in the room. And there are quite a few things of note. The altar that appears in the center is marble. It has some interesting writing on it. There are also what look to be 5 orbs, like differently colored spheres, laying around the floor. The ceiling is 20 feet high. And I'll leave it to anybody to examine whatever they want.
Nymeria would probably go to the orb closest to them. Check it out.
Okay, cool.
So investigation?
No, you can pick it up, absolutely. But I do want you to roll a d6 when you pick it up.
Okay. 1.
A 1. Immediately, every single person in the room experiences the same vision. Okay? It looks like this. Wait 1 second. Sorry. Okay. You see giant eagles flying through the sky with riders on their backs. In the background, the backdrop is cheering crowds upon a floating city. There you see a lazy dwarven Khan watching the race under the banner of the were-eagle, also known as the phoenix. And the vision ends, and you are standing there holding the orb. Gaharl, what are you looking at?
After seeing that, and you said there were 5 orbs, and I guess she basically picked one of them up, and we all experienced a vision. Yes. Being more or less locked in this room, seemingly, I would definitely go get my hands on one of these orbs as well.
Okay, roll a d6. And if Matt, since you're so super smart, if you want to start keeping track of the different visions, that would help for a later time. So the first one that was discovered is the Sky Games.
I don't remember saying I was smart.
I said you were smart. Okay.
Well.
Gaharl, you see it, an immediate vision. All of you see it. It is Quintwreck holding the head of the vampire that you have just slain and saying, "I had it in me all along." And then poof, the vampire is extinguished. And then the vision ends and you are standing with the orb.
And seeing that, I would look at Quintwreck, you know, having seen him inside of the vision, expecting that everyone has seen the same thing. I'd kind of just give him a knowing look like, well, that was weird, because, you know, I didn't recognize anybody in the first one.
All right. Orryn, what do you examine?
Seeing everyone rush forward to grab the orbs, Orryn kind of like sidesteps and kind of puts his back to the wall, just kind of like looking at this strange room that we've entered into, and sort of just keeping an eye out, suspiciously, sort of paranoid, as everyone else is grabbing the orbs.
Roll a perception check, please.
Okay, I will. Oh, that is a 20. Not natural, but modified
Cool.
20.
That's actually perfect. You are looking around the room, and you notice that the entire thing is all smooth marble. The ceiling is about 20 feet high, and the ceiling looks exactly of this room looks exactly like the floor of the room. Obviously, there are no bones up there or anything, but the same altar is up there, and you can actually get a nice, clear view of it from here. There's some writing on it, some looks like little. There's just some stuff on it, and it's the exact same as the one on the floor here. Almost like mirror images.
Can I read the writing from where I am?
Yeah, with that 20, absolutely you could.
What does it say?
First of all, yeah, you can see completely what it is. You see 5 slots on the altar, spherical slots that would hold these orbs, presumably. You see an arrow on the kind of the lower part of the altar, moving from left to right, and the writing there says, "Time in flight runs left to right." Also, there's something very small near the top of the altar, but you can't really see what it is. It just looks like a dot from where you are.
Pebble speaks up as Orryn is staring up at the ceiling and says, "We're all seeing these visions, yes? The room, creating them through the orbs.
Right, yes.
I think we have to put the orbs in the order that the visions happened. As in, we're seeing things from the past, maybe the future, and we have to put them in the correct order. Time in flight runs left to right." That's what Orryn reads.
And Quintwreck, what do you examine, or what do you look at or do?
I would say to Orryn, I'd say, I think you're onto something. So, does that mean then that I should take this last one?
There are 3 more orbs that have not been picked up.
So there's 3 more.
I think we have to keep grabbing them, yes.
So
There's
then,
something else up there, and I can't quite make it out. If you give me a few minutes, I could clamber up there, though.
sure wish you were an hour still.
Yeah, that would be nice.
And so what Quint would do is he would take, in the order, so I assume, have people been grabbing them in the order in which they were on the pedestals, or the order in which they were closer? So, like, is there a particular order, or just can I grab the one furthest away from the ones that everyone else has grabbed?
You can. They're all scattered around the floor, so there's really no order. If you want to grab the one furthest away, that's fine too.
That's what I want to do. I want to grab the one that's
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I was just making sure my headphones were working. They've been cutting in and out. All of you have a vision. You see 4 people standing around each other in a circle. It is snowing. It is night. One looks up to the sky and sees Saladia, the Saladian moon. They all each have a hand in the center of this circle that they're standing in, each grasping a golden rod. A woman turns to a man. One of them says, "Are we going to die?" And he says, "I don't know, but we have to do this." And then you see a bright white light and falling red leaves. And the vision ends.
And I think Quint would say, I think this is the best one so far.
The splitting of the rod, I think.
And Gaharl would then go for the next orb that hasn't been touched. Still holding the one he has. He would kind of go and examine the next one, if possible.
Okay, great. Go ahead and roll a d6. I'll do it. All right. You see a vision of 7 cloaked figures, and one says, "What of him? I fear he is too far gone." And you hear another voice that says,
He has already fled to the Shadowfell.
and those 7 cloaked figures vanish, and the vision ends. And the Nymeria, are you going to pick up the final orb?
Oh, yes, of course.
You see an underground dwarven city. You see a Khan, a dwarven Khan. Her hair is dreaded and braided and beaded. In front of her is a legion of trained, uniform dwarves wielding battle axes. She's examining them. She turns around, and to her 2 advisors, she says,
Prepare yourselves. In a week, we march for Myra.
Okay. All 5 orbs have been picked up. Matt, if you want to read up the visions really quick.
Yep. So we had the Sky Games with the Were Eagles racing with the floating city. We had Quint slaying the vampire. We had 3 people breaking the rod of 7 parts. We had 7 of the octaves talking about someone who had fled to the Shadowfell. And then we had a vision of the Dwarven city with the Khan saying that they were going to march to Myra.
Okay. And okay, sorry, really quick. Sky Games you named first.
Yep.
So we'll just say that's number 1. The second one you named was the vampire.
Yep.
The third one was the winds.
Yep.
Supposedly. The fourth one was the 7 people.
Yep.
And the 5th one was the Lady Khan examining the troops. Okay.
Pebble says, I think that last vision was something that hasn't yet come to pass. I think that might be the rightmost orb.
Yes, I agree. We've seen nothing like that yet. There's no war. Not yet.
Not yet. But soon, it would seem.
And then Quint kind of looks around, and I think he would land on Orryn and kind of be like, "You're the guy."
Orryn kind of scratches his head and says, and looks at Pebble, and Pebble says, well, the next one would probably be what we just saw, Quint killing the vampire. That would be second to last, second to the right. Right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
From there, I'm at a bit of a loss.
So, well, when we saw that what was it, number 8, and now we know that that Elven, was it 3, right? That's who we saw in the other chamber.
7.
7. Sorry, 7 has passed away. I think that the wind splitting the rod might come next, and then maybe the 7, because there's not 7 anymore, or 8. Maybe.
Right. I feel like the eagles and all of that seems very happy and colorful, like it was from way before.
Yeah,
I
like
agree.
it was a long time before. Would any of us have any sort of knowledge, Barker, about the history of this area and maybe like when that particular that particular city-state would have been prosperous?
Okay, regarding the Sky Games?
Yeah, yeah.
Anybody with experience in human culture or experience in history of Sir Salin can make an intelligence history check for that, absolutely.
Okay, that wouldn't be me.
Oh, wait. Well, what about the book? Maybe I
Yep,
could...
you have the book. You have the book, Nymeria. That gives you
the
experience.
book.
So
She
I'm
has some
gonna...
rules to the Sky Games.
She's got the module right there. She can open it up and check.
What's the Sky Games raw? Rules as written.
But I suppose I would do... I don't know, what kind of check could I do on that?
Intelligence check.
Okay.
History, if you have it.
Me.
Alright, modified 21.
Excellent.
Nice.
Very cool. All right, so I would say that between you and Quintwreck, primarily Nymeria, because obviously 21, you know for a fact that the Sky Games came about. It's a human creation to entertain and seen primarily in the Dyrachus Empire, things such as hedonistic type of games to distract. But it's actually a more recent advent in Sir Salin. Specifically, with that 21, specifically in the city of Talonfall. Oh, did you say 21? Oh, what? No, oh, sorry. Good grief, guys. You in the chat. Okay,
Yeah,
Tim,
no,
you know jack shit again, hallowed. Okay. No, I'm kidding. Tim, Quintwreck would know that you'd recognize that We March on Myra would be a more recent thing as well. Or, like Orryn said, perhaps it has yet to pass. So that's what you come from that history. That's what you get from that history check.
Okay. So, the Sky Games is not as old as we thought it was. It's... I don't know where to put it, though.
Well, the breaking of the rod, the octaves all being in one place, that would seem to be much, much older. So maybe the Sky Games come next. Third to the right.
I think it's worth a shot.
Let's just hope if we get it wrong on the first try, it doesn't blow up.
And that at that, Gaharl would... You can click it too.
I'm trying...
At that, Gaharl would definitely have an echo in his voice. Oh, and he talked.
It's echoey in this room.
He would be it's very echoey. That's it. It's the marble. He would have been excited a little bit to hear about all of it and listening, and then he would sort of Orryn saying that not even have considered that we're in a very small room with something we don't understand. Obviously magic, and would then begin to ponder a lot more seriously the exact order of these events, not wanting to explode.
Okay. So, Orryn, what's it going to be?
Yeah, I think the Sky Games third to the right.
Okay. What are you placing them all in a certain order? And when you do, tell me which order you place them in.
So I think we do the Dwarven City number 5 last, so on the far right of the altar.
Okay.
And then Quint slaying the vampire number 2, we put that second to the right.
Okay.
And then the Sky Games number 1, we put third to the right, so dead center in the middle of the 5.
Okay.
And then the other two, Orryn is kind of sitting there in the corner of the room, and he's kind of running his hand down his goatee, itching his hair.
Gaharl would remember I believe it was 8, saying that he wrote the Book of the Winds. And so the idea would be Gaharl would expect that it's conceivable that the octaves came before the breaking of the rod because he knew so much about it and he wrote the book.
But
Right.
that reminds me also that he said we can't believe everything that's in the book.
You did say that.
Yeah. Nymeria looked out a little sigh of frustration. Like we're back where we started, almost. God. But
Well-
I imagine the octave. Well, yeah, it sounds like they certainly existed before the rod was broken.
Yes, and
Right.
I follow your logic, Nymeria, of there were more octaves earlier on, and then the breaking, there were the winds. So I think yes, the octaves came first before the winds. So then we do the breaking of the rod, second to the left, and the octaves first on the left.
Okay. As soon as you place the final sphere, something happens. I want all of you to roll acrobatics checks and divide it by half, rounded up.
Oh, that's a nat 20.
And okay. And just keep that in mind for yourself. I don't need to know that number. But what you should know is that the gravity in this room completely shifts as you, the bones, and the skeleton all fall to the ceiling, which is becoming the new floor. You take 7 points of damage minus your acrobatics divided by 2 as you slam into the marble ceiling, and a shower of bones just kind of covers you, and the skeleton crashes into the new floor, and psh, also all of the orbs are now laying upon the floor again.
So with my roll, I don't take any damage. So as soon as gravity flips, Orryn kind of lands gracefully on his feet and looks up and catches Pebble as Pebble falls towards him.
Beautiful.
Gaharl just goes tumbling, absolutely tumbles and lands, just sort of like on everything he has, he's holding. So he basically just all the sharpest things in his pack, sort of jut into him, and his armor is spiky, and he kind of, catches his arm on it, and not to say nothing of the bones and everything flying around. He does it about as ungracefully as possible. He falls to the new floor.
Great.
Nymeria goes reeling, and as the new floor comes to meet her, she tries to put her hands up, but instead slips a little bit. So her hands just kind of dive under her, and literally she just pretty much headbutts the floor, and her horns just make a resounding crack against it.
Nice.
And she a little groggily gets up.
And then, I think as all of this is going on, I imagine Quinn sort of grabbing on the Gaharl and like using him as a sort of big dragonborn parasail.
And
So, you are my rock. You are my floor.
so thinking back to what Gaharl would immediately think back to what Orryn said earlier, or rather what Pebble said earlier about hoping it didn't hurt us the first time getting it wrong, and Gaharl would assume, well, I guess we got it wrong. He would assume that nothing good happening meant that, it probably got it out of order.
So, your last order was the octaves, the breaking of the rod, the sky games, the vampire fight, and the dwarven troops, the dwarven soldiers. So in what order will you place them this time, before this room slowly but surely kills all of you?
I think Yeah, sorry. Maybe we should. And she just kind of points around a little, not
Okay.
totally there. There's a switch, maybe the octaves and the rod. Yeah, breaking of the rod. That's fine.
Pebble kind of is brushing bone fragments and dust from his shoulders from the skeleton sort of powdering as it hit the floor, and he says, Pebble says, well, gravity shifts any other Tuesday in the Feywild. And he, Orryn kind of nods towards Nymeria when she says that, and Pebble says, yeah, I think those are probably the two most likely that we got wrong. So, yeah, maybe we should switch those.
All right. Do you do so?
Hell yeah!
All right, you switch them up. Everybody roll acrobatics
Damn it!
and divide it by half.
Oh, shit.
And subtract your half from 4. I feel like I'm doing falling damage wrong. I need to start using d10s.
It's a d6, isn't it, for every 10 feet?
Yeah, and I remember that's it. Yeah, so it's Tim. Your cell phone noise is making noise. I think it's you.
It's not mine. I turned it off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I turned it off.
Perhaps it's my headset. Oh, okay,
It's
it might
weird.
be my headphones. Anyway,
I haven't heard any of those noises that
the,
you guys are talking about.
I can double check. Yeah, I'm
I'm
off. I'm in
special.
airplane mode.
I remember the in 4th edition it was 10 feet minus half an acrobatics check. 10 feet, or excuse me, d10 per 10 feet. In this it's d6. We'll just keep doing it the way I'm doing it. Who cares? And take that much damage, and boom, you slam into the new floor. But Orryn, before you do that, you did see that the dot on the altar was actually a keyhole.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, subtract. No, you subtract. You're taking 4 damage, subtracting your half your acrobatics check. So whatever half your acrobatics check is, you subtract that from 4.
So that means that Gaharl, it seems as though he's going to be the first one to die if this keeps going poorly.
So the keyhole was on the altar up there, but not down here?
It should be. It's on both.
Okay, all right. So, or Pebble points that out to anyone who didn't notice, saying, "Did anyone else notice the keyhole on the altar? We don't have a key."
Oh, yeah, but it was tuning for.
Yes.
Let's just give it a try. Please.
Well, we can't just go sticking things into things and expecting it to work. We're going to die in here if we keep getting flipped around.
There was a picture of the thing on the seat.
What?
Wasn't there a picture of the tuning forks on the big throne we just moved to get into this void room of spheres?
Yes.
It seems
So
pretty important.
Orryn kind of wanders up to the altar and looks at the keyhole.
It looks like a keyhole. Like, I mean, just like a basic keyhole, not like a super special, this is where you put each prong of the tuning fork keyhole.
Right.
It looks like if you had a key of the right size, that it would unlock this whatever this is. But it also looks incredibly dark inside the keyhole. Almost like the darkness that you saw when this room first opened up.
Perhaps you should reconsider all that. No, I'm just kidding.
Pebble hops up onto the altar and is looking into the keyhole and looks at Quint and says, "It's a keyhole, not for a tuning fork."
Gaharl would look around for a key. Being at a loss of anything else, he would.
Have we tried jiggling the knob?
Somebody unplug the puzzle and plug it back in again. You actually don't
Hang
find
on, you guys.
key.
I'm going to try resetting my router and see
Have
if
you
that
guys,
helps.
have you rebooted the puzzle? Because if I come all the way down there,
You sift through the bones and just the matter that's surrounding you. The bones are quickly turning into powder, but you do not see any key at all.
It is at this moment that Gaharl realizes that these bones are other people that died in here. Like, it just didn't occur to him until this moment, both in and out of character, that the bones that are now turning to dust are the bones of people that failed their history classes.
And as this look of realization comes over Gaharl's face, he notices Orryn going...
I've caught up with the rest of us.
Like, Orryn's like, yep, I thought about it too.
Okay, so you did the breaking of the rod, the octaves. You did followed by Sky Games, followed by Vampire Fight, followed by the Legion of Trained Dwarves. So, what new order will you try this time?
I think we have to switch the Legion and the vampire thing.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. Maybe it has happened.
Yeah, it may have already happened. Maybe they're already marching towards Myra.
Yeah. Okay.
It was
Is there
right.
anything else?
Tim, what the hell is dinosaur lasagna?
Jesus.
Like, you guys always out me in the chat. I'm the only one in the whole group.
I gotta, yeah. It's
saw
almost
that.
like they're playing D&D or something, Tim. I gotta.
I comment the least.
I know.
Yeah.
I gotta. First, this reminds me. I just want to thank everybody who's still watching. We got 30 people. This is definitely a long game, and I asked all these players, hey, is it okay if it runs a little bit longer than usual? Which it is, but there's only a little bit left. So
I'm sorry. We'll talk about dinosaur lasagna afterwards.
yeah.
I said, so that
We're stretching this out.
Context. I said Gaharl is getting slammed around like a dinosaur lasagna.
All right. So.
It just sounded funny in my head.
So what order do you put the orbs in?
Oh, no, I guess not now.
Did you just switch the Legion of Dwarves with the vampire? Did you? What else? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's an
That's
Orryn,
what he said.
and I agree then. Yeah.
Matt, you all right, buddy?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just... It
I'm
got me
not
real good, man.
in that chat anymore.
No, you should. You should. I'm sorry. But actually, you know what? It does bring up a good question. He said Gaharl is getting slammed around like a dinosaur lasagna. I have a question. Is that number one? Is that like a dinosaur that has been slaughtered and cooked and turned into a lasagna? And number two, follow-up question is, how often does dinosaur lasagna get slammed around to the point where it creates a good simile?
It's
for
a
use
saying
in
now.
D&D?
Yeah.
Lasagna, period. It's a slam.
I'd like to think it's a lasagna made of dinosaurs.
So,
I don't know why, but I picture a lasagna with like dinosaur bones sticking out of it.
That's fine. If you like your lasagna with dinosaur bones, there's all al dente and.
Oh god, I have a headache.
So yeah. So and the final answer to your question, it's in the delivery truck. That's where it gets slammed around.
It gets slammed around in the delivery.
And that's how you spell it. It's in the delivery truck.
I'm dying.
And that's what you know. What we might as well just tell everybody. Absolute Tabletop is gonna make dinosaur lasagna.
Yeah, it is. It is.
What
Oh,
is this, the
God.
Flintstones?
All right. All right.
This is what happens. We don't mind going late, but after you hit the 1 o'clock mark, it's just Chuckle House.
All right. Let's rock. We're almost done, and I want you to get some sleep, Tim. I don't want to be.
Why me again? What is?
Because you're looking like I was at Matt's house in Milton during your Copper Jack game, where I have.
Sorry.
Everybody thinks I smoked a bowl or something because my eyes are redder than the planet Mars. All right.
oh,
Look at that 8-bit eye. Okay.
I'm fine. I'm so ready. Let's do another.
I know.
God.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. So what order are you putting them in now, Orryn?
I'm putting dinosaur lasagna first.
Oh Jesus. That happened the most recently.
Yeah, it was the most recent thing. No, I think we should switch the Dwarven Legion and the vampire thing, because I feel like we thought the Legion thing was happening later, but it may have happened previously.
yeah, it may have
Okay.
happened already when we
So
left
we'll just swap
the
those
town.
two.
All right. So I want you guys to do nothing, because you hear. as this door just creaks open on the end of the room, revealing darkness.
Get a rock, Gaharl.
Gaharl would again, this time a bone. He'd try to find one of the non-powdered skulls in here, and realizing that these people, clearly met a very upsetting fate, would again cast the cantrip light and do the same thing and try and sort of, especially not having any dark vision. He would just expect that he's the only one that can't see anything. So he would cast light on another object and toss it lightly into the next room area.
Great. Same effect, actually. The lighting of the room, everything kind of looks the exact same.
Looks like...
I'm sorry. It looks the exact same as it did when you first opened the stone door from the throne room, where it looks like an endless marble hallway.
Okay, so it's not an exact replica of the room with 5 orbs.
No.
Okay.
This is the worst dungeon ever.
I'm like, no! We don't have enough dinosaurs for this lasagna.
I unmuted myself to laugh at that.
All right.
Gaharl, you're going in first again?
Yes, I will do the same, kind of walk in and be happy to sort of leave the room that was bouncing us around, but realizing that there may be only worse, to encounter in the next area.
I think, too, Quint would grab a handful of the bone dust and sort of put it in one of his weird little satchels and kind of cinch it up, and you might get an idea of where he gets all this weird stuff.
Cool. That's awesome. He's a collector. All right. I'm sorry, I gotta make it public. Matt just apologized for the funniest thing that's ever happened to me in a D&D game, and I feel like that's a sin. So,
no, dude, I feel like you're like trying to get us through this game.
No,
and you're just
here's the.
We spent 10 minutes talking about dinosaur lasagna.
No, it's because I feel bad. I feel like, oh my gosh, Tim looks tired, Cassie looks tired, but okay. Here's the deal.
I'm ready to rock and roll.
No, I don't give a shit. Don't apologize.
Tim's all hopped up on dinosaur lasagna. He's ready to go.
Here, you guys know me. You guys know that if the group is having fun, then you're doing it right. But I don't want to. I don't want to make Tim have fun past 2:00. So let's.
All right, here we go. The rest.
All right, Tim. We're talking about you, and that's just how it is. Okay. All right.
Mark to be a better film master.
Tim can just take a nap in Grandma's bed tomorrow if he's tired.
It would be. I feel you guys are having a Facebook chat outside.
No, we're not.
That I'm
No, we're
tagged.
not. No.
I am in that chat. You realize
Nope.
it, right?
No, I was not in there.
This game sucks. No. No. Okay. All right. So, Gaharl, you walk in. Everybody kind of walks in. Same effect as before. The room recreates itself into. Slowly but surely into what looks like the interior of a one-roomed log cabin home. Very interesting room. In the north, you're on the south. You're entering through the south. In the northeastern room, there's a hearth with fireplace. In the middle of the room is a rug with some designs on it. At the far end of the room is another stone door. And in the northwestern corner of the room is a very small bed. There are 2 end tables, and there's some things on the end tables. Orryn, where will you be? What will you be examining first?
Well, my first question is: Does the cabin look familiar to me?
Yes, it does.
Is it the same cabin that Randall lived in? The same cabin that I saw in my vision from 300 years ago?
No, it's the same cabin that you were raised in.
What? Okay, so I guess I would like how much of this do I remember from my childhood since it's sort of fragmented.
Go ahead and make a roll for that. That might be intelligence.
It's a natural one.
Okay. You're not sure if this is where, if this was basically your first home where you lived with your family, or if it was a home that you had on your own after you left the Feywild for the first time. It could be either, but like you said, time fragmented completely.
So I sort of wander into the room and just kind of let my hand just kind of lightly brush across objects in my path and along the walls, just looking for something familiar, something tangible to kind of latch onto. Because I know I've been here before, I know this place, but I can't find where it is in my brain, in my memories, to put it in a context.
Can you make an investigation check with disadvantage because of the critical miss earlier?
Yeesh. So that would be a 6.
Okay. You find comfort for your feet on the rug as you are looking around the room. But on the rug are 8 faces that you do not recognize. Artistically rendered faces. Artistically rendered. They're fucking weaved in that shit. Okay. They're woven in the rug. They're not artistically rendered. Okay. All right. Gaharl, you're up next, baby.
This is horrifying.
What are
From
you
now on,
investigating?
can we just start at 1 a.m. from now on?
Yeah.
Like, can we just start at Dinosaur Lasagna and go from there every time we play?
If you start at Dinosaur Lasagna, it's all uphill from there, baby.
We'll schedule a Sir Salin musical episode, and we'll do that starting at 1 o'clock a.m.
So you mentioned.
Mention what?
So you mentioned there was a hearth. Basically, this is set up like a cabin that I clearly do not know much about. The faces you mentioned, there were 8 of them.
Yes. If you'd like to know more about them, you may make an intelligence check. If you have religion, then you can use that.
Do have that. Oh. And I got a solid 12 on that religion check.
Okay. You cannot remember the name of the what is the word I'm looking for? Group of gods. For some reason,
Pantheon.
Pantheon, yes. But they are the 8 primary 8 gods worshipped by the gnomes, most gnomes. But you do not recall the name of them.
Okay, and of course I relay that, just sort of looking over the room and realizing that again this may potentially be something we have to figure out after seeing the orbs. But I would mention that these are gods that were. This rug seems pretty important to gnomes, and I would look to Orryn, but I think I would realize at this point that he didn't know anything about it, seeing how he had no idea a moment ago.
Okay. Orryn, if you're reminded that it's a pantheon of gnomish gods, you can make that religion check.
He's not there.
Oh, did he leave us?
I think he got wifed.
Oh, okay. All right, no worries. Nymeria, what would you like to invest? I mean, there's basically a bed and end tables. If Nymeria and Quint want to. I mean, I don't want to railroad you, but it's a pretty boring room.
Yeah, just check out those end tables. I'll loot those too, apparently.
Right. Again, small bed. I don't know, maybe Quintwreck will sit on the bed or something. And anyway, on the end tables there are 2 things. On the left-hand end table, there is a large key. On the right-hand end table, there is a vial of something.
I'd like to investigate the vial. If that's possible. Just.
Yeah, great. Go ahead and give me an intelligence check there. If you have investigation, then you're good to go.
Let's see. All right, 12. Yeah, 12.
Okay. The vial actually has a label on it that has 4 Z's. The first Z is capitalized.
Something maybe to do with sleep?
So again, and Matt, I'm not sure when you got back, but on the right hand end table was the vial, and on the left hand end table was a large key.
Yep, I heard.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
No, that's all good.
Dino lasagna. Okay, continue.
So Orryn is he's on the rug, and he's kind of doing that thing where he's kneading the rug with his toes, because he doesn't really wear shoes. He just kind of wears like coverings over the top of his feet, and so he's kneading the carpet with his toes, just kind of feeling the familiar sort of feel of it, and kind of looking at the faces and not recognizing them. And he looks at the key on the nightstand, and he kind of points at it. And I think I heard that Quint was kind of near the bed, or Nymeria was near the bed, and so he kind of points towards the key to get somebody's attention, basically being like, "Hey, there's a key over there."
And so I think if no one else has taken the key, I would kind of see Orryn, and I would look at it, and I would kind of look at him like, "Oh yeah, we were arguing about that tuning fork a minute ago." And so what would happen if Quintwreck tried to grab the key and take it? Anything?
You're holding a key. That's it.
Perfect. So I would take it. I would put it in one of my many pockets.
Is the other room still open?
Nope, the door has disappeared.
Oh. Fair enough.
Is there a door in this room?
A large stone door to the north that is very similar to the one that was the exit of the last room that led you into this room.
And is there you mentioned there was a hearth, is there a fire currently burning in the fireplace?
It is smoking, but there is no fire.
Pebble is kind of looking around the room, and he says, "He's been here before, but he can't remember when. He thinks he may have lived here at one point, but he's not sure."
Well, you do have this vial of, what I can only assume to be sleeping stuff. Maybe you need to dream. Maybe that's a way out of this.
That's not a bad idea.
And then Quint hops like near the bed and kind of pats it like, "You go first."
Gaharl would look at Orryn and Pebble and say, "You are the time traveler."
Yeah, Orryn, you are the time traveler. And Orryn kind of looks at Pebble like, "You traitor." And then he walks towards Nymeria and kind of holds his hand out for the vial.
And she hands it over.
Wait a minute, before you drink it, it's always best to check under the rug.
I've played D&D before.
And Orryn snaps his fingers, points at Quint, and then turns around and will kind of peek under the carpet.
There is
Cheetos.
Beautiful hardwood floor pornography.
Yeah.
Oh, yep, this is my first house. No.
Oh, yep.
No. That gnomish pornography, man. That's...
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so yes, no, actually there's nothing under the rug.
Okay. So I pop the cork on the vial, and I'm just gonna kind of sniff it and see if that scent brings up any memories for me.
Yes. Strangely enough, you remember drinking it as you were setting off to Sir Salin on the Reach. It doesn't really smell as potent. It's not as green either. It's more translucent, but yes.
Pebble says, "He lived here recently, This is the same sleeping draught that he took before getting on the Reach. But he doesn't remember it as well as he should. And Pebble kind of looks almost concerned at Orryn as Orryn's sitting there kind of smelling it. And Pebble says, he must have lost more than he thought he did last time he was in the Feywild. Orryn just kind of shrugs and takes the potion.
Perhaps 30 seconds later, you're overwhelmed by this just need to lay down. Almost like your body weighs 600 to 700 pounds, forcing you down into the bed. It's not long before you fall asleep. And it's not long after that that you have the most interesting dream you have ever had. For you are standing there, sitting on the bed, well, no, not standing there, excuse me, sitting on the bed, holding the vial, preparing to drink it, and looking around you, though, is all of your companions seem frozen in time. And as you perhaps look around you, you see that, they're kind of moving forward in time and then moving backwards, as if someone has their fingers on a forward-back button, skipping frames as your companions are paused in time. And you see Quintwreck holding a key, placing it into his bag and pulling it back out, and placing it into his bag and pulling it back out. I think you're muted there, Matt.
Sorry. I stand up from the bed and...
As soon as you stand up, you see that your companions begin moving backwards in time, and Quintwreck places the key back on the bedside table, and then as soon as you stop and look around and see this, they stop again. Soon you begin to realize that given your using your emotions, using your will, you can control whether or not time is moving forward or backward.
I try to speak. Am I, as Orryn, able to speak here?
No, you are not.
So, I think real hard, and I try to get time to move forward, but slowly. I try to inch it forward.
Okay. You see Nymeria's kind of eyes on you as eyes on where you were as you were walking toward the bed to sleep. You see Gaharl, I believe it was perhaps Gaharl checking under the rug. So who checked under the rug?
I did.
Okay, Gaharl doing Gaharl things. And then you see Quintwreck placing the key, the large key, on the bedside table and picking it back up and placing it depending on if you're moving forward or backward.
I continue moving time forward.
It stops right where you woke up.
Well, this is downright perplexing.
We can do it however you want to do it, but I think if you keep experimenting, you might figure it out.
So, at a certain point, I butt up against the present, and I can't go beyond it.
True.
Okay. So, I'm going to start... Oh. Okay. I back it up to where before Quint took the key.
Okay, great. There it is on the bedside table.
I take the key.
You take the key.
I back that shit up to where we were in the room before.
Yes, the door. They zoom it backwards. Everyone's moving. Quintwreck still is wandering around the room. Gaharl's looking at the rug. But even back before that, the doors open back up, and you are now in the room with your companions as you have just opened the doors into the next room. What do you do?
First, I thank Chrono Trigger for teaching me how to do puzzles like this.
Step one.
Is time still paused for me?
Yes. You
Okay.
can pause it, rewind it, fast forward it.
Right. I was just making sure it wasn't like going back to normal flow.
Yeah. Nope, you're fighting the vampire again. Reroll initiative.
No!
No!
And this is when we entered the altar room or when we're leaving the altar room?
When you're leaving the altar room.
Okay, so I will move back to the altar and I will put the key into the keyhole and turn it.
All right, you do so, and it does turn.
And then I move time forward again?
Okay, you move time forward all the way, and then as you hit the present, you wake up. And everybody is very perplexed, number one, at how he laid down in the bed and woke up at the exact same time, seemingly, and the door that is to the north of this room creaks open.
God, that's so awesome. So I sit like bolt upright in the bed, and I look at everyone, and my eyes are just wide, and Pebble says, "He can control time." He went back. He got the key. He went back in the room we were in before, put the key in the keyhole, and now the door's open. And if I look over at the bed or the nightstand, is the key gone off of the nightstand? Barker?
Say again. Sorry.
If I look at the nightstand, is the key gone from it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So Orryn kind of points at the nightstand to illustrate to everyone, like, see?
And Quint says, "What? Are you daft? It's right here in my... I just put it in my pocket."
And Orryn snaps his fingers and points at Quint.
And I would continue to keep it. "How'd you do that?"
He went back in time, Quint. I just told you. He went back in time.
Drinking that knockout juice.
He thinks that sleep and dreaming might have something to do with it. Every time that he's manipulated time, gone back, saw things that haven't happened, or saw things that happened before, have been when he's asleep. Hell, maybe future Orryn came back and put this potion here so past Orryn could go to sleep and do this. Who knows?
Or you were just destined to be here. This is
Or that.
apprentice. You are, the whole octave thing.
A voice actually doesn't really ring in your head, but you're reminded.
Sometimes this place doesn't show you what is actually there, but instead what you need to see.
Orryn kind of nods, remembering that.
I think Quint would remember that too, thinking... I think for him, it would be a moment of believing. Like he's starting to have a little more faith in all of this stuff that really is hokum. I mean, all this stuff all at once, it just seems like craziness. Like it's starting to have more merit because it's starting to line up in places for Quint.
Very cool. I like that. So, the doors open. Through the passageway is a little bit different. It actually looks like there is a room there. A small hallway before a room, and then darkness beyond, as if there's a larger room beyond the smaller room. Presuming that you enter this room, this is where we're going to finish off the session. But first, a little bit of narration. The history of the Hill Dwarves has been written by protective hands, but this ends now by mine. You enter through the room, through the hallway. Nymeria sees a body of a man, an elf, on the floor, clutching a large book in his hands. He has been dead for perhaps a week. A quill is in his right hand and a spilled bottle of ink. When the winds of Salin used the rod of 7 parts to dispel all the magic for a single instant, they were doing so to stop a new evil from entering into the world. The evil of undeath. The evil weaponized by the one we call Xero. The whispers call to me now. The breeze of the next life is reaching. It is calling me home. It is leading me to my last words, the last secret of the octaves. And you pass through this entryway into the next room. And that secret is, he is trying to come back. As you enter the Pentis, torches light up around you, as if automatically by magic. Blue light fills the room, revealing the circular room, and specifically revealing the statues. One statue carved for each of the winds of Salin. All 5 of them. And that's where we're going to stop.
What?
That was pretty awesome.
Well, that took a while. Sorry, guys.
Dude,
Do not be sorry.
I will play D&D 24/7. I don't even care.
That puzzle was so cool.
That was seriously. I said this in the chat, but Barker, that was seriously the most brilliant puzzle I've ever done in a Dungeons and Dragons game. That was just, it was challenging, but not like it was just, once you grasp it, it's just like, oh right, like it's just the perfect balance of challenge and reward. It was awesome, dude. Great job with that.
Thank you very much. Awesome job role-playing as usual, guys. Like, I think Robert Ogre said this in the one-shot group just the other day. He said, a game is only as good as the players, and you guys just, you kill it, man. You freaking kill it every time. You make me excited to run this game. I love it.
Yeah, that was a great session, though, Barker. You were right about it being like the end of the first arc and the start of the next big thing, I think.
Cool.
Yeah, super awesome.
Yeah.
Roughly how many sessions do you think, or did you originally plan for this campaign?
1 or 2. That's what I thought initially, because I didn't know if you guys. I'm serious. I didn't know if you guys wanted a one-shot. But when we got to session 2 at the end of it, you know, that's session 2, session 3. At least for me, is when things start moving and start making itself, and I'm like, I just can't stop it. So.
Yeah.
How many sessions are left? I have no idea. Maybe 1.
What? If we keep going in dinosaur lasagna rooms that are throwing us around, it might just be 1.
No, I said forever.
Forever.
Oh.
It does feel like there's still so much more, because, like, now there's the whole March on Myra that, you know...
Stand forever, man.
I said 1.
Oh, you.
I said it as a joke. Like, I'm going to kill you guys.
Tim and Barker misunderstood each other.
Surprise!
No! Why is it always Tim and Barker?
Oh,
no, that was an awesome session, man, and I can't wait to play again, because we're going to play sooner than 2 months from now, which makes me so happy.
Thank God.
For sure. And have some fun ideas. Actually, I'm going to leak one of those ideas right now. I know I asked you guys to make me a character sheet to level up your characters to level 5 for this session. But for next session, I'm going to need you to have a second character sheet that is you leveled up to level 10.
What?
So.
Woo! Okay.
That's gonna be bitchin'.
Yeah.
It's so
Hell
good.
yeah.
All right. So usually we do a Q&A at the end of this. It is late. It's 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30. I mean, we've been doing this for 4.5 hours.
Mhm.
I don't want to force anybody to do that. If you guys want to hang out with your families, and I kind of want, I don't know, we can
My
put it to
family
a
wants to.
secret ballot. Put in the chat, yes or no. Do you want to stay up? I won't tell you who.
Tim says yes.
I
I
don't
kn-
want my dog.
Oh, Matt's gonna be the ass.
James.
I know. See, and Matt I knew he was gonna say that because you can't argue against it. He should hang out with my wife. I just got married. So yeah.
I should have done it like 4 hours ago.
So we'll be here. We'll do a question and answer for like 15, 20 minutes for me because I'm also married and I should spend some time with you. Excuse me. But I am going to take a 2-minute break, and then so if you have any questions, if you're still interested in watching, 29 viewers, then ask your questions in the comments or the Q&A app, and we'll get to them. And thank you guys for playing. Thank you, Matt. I know you're running, so thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on being married, and most importantly of all, do not check out AbsoluteTabletop.com, dude.
Oh,
Don't go to AbsoluteTabletop.com. Never. And also, don't watch the Provokers on Sunday.
Oh!
Don't.
No, I think you should watch the Provokers on Sunday.
/dinosaur lasagna.
All right, guys. That was a great session. I'm going to head out. I'll catch you guys on Sunday.
All right. See you later, man.
All right. See you, Matt.
Later.
I'll be back soon.
Yep, me too. Be right back. All right. Hello, everybody.
What's up?
Hey. Just got back.
Dude, I'm sorry I looked tired.
No, I get self-conscious, man. It wasn't really how you looked.
I was having such a good time. I promise.
I know.
I was tired. I am tired.
I know.
But there's nothing else I would rather be doing.
Yeah, I get. Oh, what am I doing? My microphone's all the way up here.
I thought you were kind of far away, but I was like, maybe I'm just tired.
Maybe I'm just tired. All right, yeah, I got my mic. I got my water. I just snorted my line of cocaine.
Nice.
Off the record. Off the record.
That's what I needed.
We have 20 viewers who are still here, maybe asking some questions, Q&A stuff. Awesome. Do it big. I'm going. Kind of a little bit of a headache. Let's see. Yay, you guys are still going. Yes, Mr. Dunster, we are. Barely on a few cylinders.
Few cylinders.
We're taking questions and answers. If anybody has any questions. That was probably one of the most fun games I've ever run. I love running games for these guys because, and by the way, I say guys, I mean people, not men. But I love running games for these guys because it's like the role play is just stellar. It's just the coolest thing ever. That's all I got. Well,
Check your Facebook.
check my face.
Look at
Matt just renamed our Facebook chat because we have Facebook chats. He renamed it "The Winds of Dinosaur Lasagna." Oh, jeez.
Oh, see, I thought that was funny in my head, and I just typed it because I was like, no one's ever going to see this.
Yeah.
And it was funny because it was like 10 minutes before it got Matt. It was like 10 minutes old, so I'm sitting there and I'm doing like a little role play, and he goes, "Tim, what is dinosaur lasagna?" I was like, "What?"
Yeah, what? What the hell? Like you miss it just long enough for everybody to forget it, even the person that said it.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, so Matt said that there was like a studio thing that I could do, like set Google Hangout to studio mode.
Oh, cool. What does that do?
Makes the picture better. That's why Matt always looks so dang sexy.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, but he didn't tell me where it is, and now he left. So I don't know. Cameraman? Is it cameraman?
Oh, oops. I didn't know it was on that. Let's see.
Oh. Balls. Original. Nope, not that. All right, I'll check for new questions since we're taking Q&A.
She out there watching Project Runway.
Oh, dude! Hey, yeah, it's back.
Dude, that's awesome. We were just talking about dinosaur lasagna chat. That got us all over again.
Yeah. Matt, I'm glad you're back. Where's studio mode for the Hangouts?
All right, so you go to the little gear.
Okay,
The
gear.
settings, and at the bottom there's a little thing that says voice, and you click on that, and there's a studio option.
Mine just, it's in parentheses, it says, "You wish, Tim."
do I look better?
You sound better.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what is happening?
I have an echo.
Beautiful.
Me too.
Tim?
Is it me?
Is there sound coming through your computer?
There's always sound coming from my computer. I always just use my Mac.
Hang on. Let me mute this asshole. Is it? Yeah, it's him.
You bitch. Why did it happen now?
I don't know. That's weird.
I'm glad I sound better, though. Let me listen to myself.
How about that? It's gone now. No more echo.
Nope, I'm hearing it.
Well, check.
Oh, now I'm not.
I don't hear it.
Oh,
I was going to say, this is how I've played since elevator session of Provoking.
Yeah, I go au naturel.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a Mac that runs Windows, and I found out that the microphone on it was so good I didn't need to use headphones.
Did we get any questions?
I think so. Hey, can you guys only hear me through your left headphone?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Remember?
Swap the left and right stereo channels. Yeah, I'm just gonna do voice 'cause it's freaking me out. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, let me find some questions because we're here doing a Q&A, but instead I'm just trying to make my voice sound as sexy as Matt.
Hey, Matt's back.
Not gonna happen.
There's
Oh
no
yeah, my
software
wife
in the
was
world.
watching Project Runway, James, so I came back in.
Yeah, you went in there and she was like, "What the hell are you doing out here? Get your
Go
you
hang
think
out
we're
with your
married?"
go hang out with your fat nerd friends more. I'm watching Project Runway.
I'm sure it's that.
God.
Oh, man. There's no barriers for the forest.
Twice.
No what, Bubba? Are we going to answer some questions?
I don't know.
Most
maybe.
of these are comments.
We have yet to decide.
Hang on. I just want to say that there were so many games happening tonight.
Yeah,
That were like Gothnog was running a game. There was a game over on SR2 Joker. There was the Acquisitions Incorporated. Chalice and Chains was running the Diablo 5th edition game.
Yep.
Like, there's just so much shit happening tonight. I have a ton of games that I need to catch up on now.
We had a total of 68 viewers.
That's awesome.
Total.
That was
It said
super
64, but I just got a message, okay, from Nikki B, and Brett. They're my bros down in Australia,
Yeah.
and they sent me a picture, and I'm gonna see if I can't try to share this screen. Because they had a viewing party with 5 people, so 64. It's actually 68.
Dude, that is so awesome.
That is awesome. Is she watching Is she wearing a Be a Better Game Master shirt?
Yeah, she's wearing her Be a Better Bard shirt.
Oh, that's awesome.
Dude,
Yeah,
did
which
you
you
see
can get at beabettergamemaster.com. Don't interrupt me while I'm shilling, James.
Yeah, I stopped. Well, I was actually counter-shilling. Did you see Locrius's picture?
Yes.
No. What?
Locrius posted a picture of him
Be a Better
wearing
Alien.
Be a Better Alien shirt, Barker.
Wait, what?
I don't know how I could explain better what
I don't know what else to say to you. Just go to your page and look at it.
Can I just say that you should check out RP Beanie? That's Nikki's channel.
Oh.
Oh my God!
Right?
That baller. How did I? He
James,
must
hear
have-
it again.
Oh,
Look at
dude.
RP.
This guy, Locrius, I want to be you, man. Damn
James,
this-
hear it again.
All the ladies want to be with him, and all the guys want to be with him.
Yeah.
Said that right. You said that twice.
You thought I was going to change it
Oh my
up, but I
gosh.
didn't.
That's what it has to be. Listen, Locrius, bro, I will paint myself red, and I'll be like Amoxius, and I'll be like evil Locrius, because I'm already a jerk.
Tim will do whatever it takes to get in on being with Locrius. He'll be like, I will paint myself. I swear to God, I'll be red.
I'll be
He will
red.
tattoo his whole
I'll be
body red if that's what it
I
takes.
am Amocrius.
I can fit your
Locrius
storyline.
already
Locrius.
has a green guy and a robot in Planetoid, so
Yeah, so you throw in a red guy, and all of a sudden we're halfway to Skittles.
A red chubby Frosty. The Frost
Listen.
monster.
You think me red, and I'm the bounty hunter.
Faustius. Faustius.
Dude,
That's
that's what it is. I'm the bounty hunter who's trying to suppress good music. He's trying to liberate it. But then
Tim,
I get to
I
hang
don't know
out
about
with him.
this, dude.
I get to hang out with him, and then I realize the error of my ways.
Do you
and
guys want to do a question and answer segment?
There are no questions, man. No one's asking.
There
any
are no
questions.
questions. One guy asked
they're gonna hear
about
my
Xero.
fucking
Questions from
story.
Mike the Piper.
Wait, hold on.
Oh,
Wait.
yeah.
Oh, I'm not in the queue. Okay, hold on.
Oh, Barker's not looking at questions.
No, it's all they're all comments.
Most of them are, but okay. So somebody asked. Blaine Rhodes asked. They forgot who number 8 was. So that's just a story recap. That was a person that we encountered in the woods after we crashed, and he was closing a portal with the tuning fork.
Okay, all right. I did this. All right, yeah, I did the thing where I was refreshing the YouTube page instead
yeah.
of looking at the Q&A. So I'm sorry, guys. It's my
Oh, you
fault.
didn't do the 48 questions.
Okay, yeah, we're like waiting for questions, and everyone's like, "Dude, what the fuck, man?"
It's crazy
I asked
because
so many questions.
out of all of these questions, not one person asked about Absolute Tabletop.
Dude, there's a ton of people
Good.
saying, what is Absolute Tabletop?
I know, like 4 people asked.
To hell with that.
I was being the little bitch,
Well, what is it, though?
the littlest bitch.
It's nothing.
Tim, it's a red
Well, when are you
Locrius.
guys going to tell me?
It's a red Locrius.
Tim, I remember specifically, and I talk about this a lot. I remember specifically when Tim said, "Hey, we're not going to tell anybody that Nkea, Aernoth, and Arthenvale are in the same world." And then day 2, he's like, "Hey guys, you guys want to buy some info?" But I'm not letting you do that now, man. We ain't talking about this shit.
He's like, no. Barker learned his lesson. Barker was
So-
burned once.
When are you guys going to tell me what Absolute Tabletop is?
No, it's a Barker thing, dude. I'm pretty sure.
I thought it was a Matt
Dude,
thing.
I thought it was a Matt thing.
Wait, yeah, Matt.
No, it's not me. It's not me.
Dude,
I'm glad it's... You know, I wish it
I
were...
just made a video where I was asking people what it was.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, well.
It's a Barker thing. Look at his face. Look at his
look
face.
at that face. Come on.
You guys
He
want to
was
buy
hiding
some?
it the whole game.
It
Hiding
Absolute
it from him.
Tabletop is absolutely a Barker thing.
Whatever. This entire thing is full of vodka.
I know what it's. I know.
Yeah, that you brewed yourself.
Yeah, out of the faucet.
That's dude. Absolute vodka.
Guys.
Absolute Tabletop.
Dude, Barker is so rich, he has a vodka faucet. Dude is like, oh, I want some water. Whoops, wrong faucet.
You know what? I think I want it hot today.
I'm gonna make my tea with
Oh, you
hot
want some-
vodka.
No, I have a vodka heater next to the water heter.
In case you wanna
Sometimes I
make
just take a shower in it. That's really... On accident, it burns.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, I just want to make some hot chocolate. I'm gonna make some vodka Swiss Miss.
All right, I'm gonna try to get to the place where I can actually mark questions as answered, because I don't know what's up. I don't know what's going on. I don't like it. Okay, go in here. Let's see. No, it's allowing me to ask questions. This is dumb. Okay, never mind.
Can you not see the
Why don't
questions?
you ask?
No, I can see the
question.
questions, but I'm not in
Oh.
charge of marking them as answered.
I don't know. Can anyone do that?
Yeah. Okay, so Ben Dunster says I can only hear Barker out of my left channel, and but I think that happened a while ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a little late, I think, for hearing us. I'm sorry.
Soy salfalte y tengo progeria. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
I think that.
Well, I know Spanish, but I'm gonna copy and paste that into my Google
Well, no,
Translate.
like right below that one, they said what, or like right above it, they said it in what I'm pretty sure is English.
This is I am sulfate and have progeria.
Oh yeah, you know
Yeah,
Spanish.
that's the thing. Like right below what they it in Spanish, it's in English.
Bulletproof, Barks.
Sorry. Whatever, dude. I can only go through these one at a time. I missed the whole
I'm talking
session.
about the Spanish. Absolute Tabletop. Now,
That's the dumbest.
where are you? I never.
This is why I'm the. No, never
Well,
mind.
listen, Tim.
No one accuse me of being smart ever.
All right, there's a question here. Somebody, Tim, is looking to get, if possible, the recipe for dinosaur lasagna. They didn't know if it was a family secret or if you could share that.
Nah, first, you got to go to Jurassic World.
And
Step
then
one.
then you have Tim's dad burn his hand on the oven.
And curse.
Jesus.
Drops pizza sauce on your freshly steam cleaned carpet. And then steps on it until it just becomes like a hard piece of gum at a theme park.
And then he says, Timmy, you got any more pizza?
All right. So I have an actual question here,
Yep.
Aw.
and it's pertinent to the game.
I don't
Aw.
believe it.
It says, how do you deal with players, it should be characters, I think, who are from races/civilizations that are far away from the current area/setting? That's exactly what we're doing here. Not one of these characters is from Salin.
Yeah.
They just appeared. And one thing, though, that I find difficult, and I'll let you guys take this away after this, is that I always found it difficult to make it so, like, because a lot of times, a lot of groups of characters, or players, they just want to make characters that are super ridiculous. Like, I want to make a fox, and he's got wings, and he shoots a bow and arrow like 2 miles, and it's like, and it's like you have
Everything is funny.
four party members that are just super weird types of characters and weird races. And it's difficult because 3 of the races in this campaign are quote-unquote rare races in D&D.
Yeah.
And so what I've done, and it's always been difficult for me, but this one's actually been kind of easy, by ensuring that the NPCs in your campaign react in very strange ways to the characters, like by staring at them or calling them freaks or calling them beautiful because they've never seen a dragonborn before, or tiefling, things like that. So just that's what I would do. I would play to what your characters are in the world.
Yeah.
to jump right on that train, but on the opposite. That didn't make any sense.
On
For
a
the
different
first
train.
time, on a different, I'm riding the train that is passing that one, going back to where that one came from. Fitz metaphors really jumped the rails, you could
The
say.
train on time.
No, I am running a campaign soon, and as far as I know, all 4 of the PCs are actually playing humans. All 4. I've never actually had a group just full of humans. So I think in the same way, everybody's just going to ignore them because they're not special or beautiful. They're just ugly humans that deserve to be ignored. That's the whole campaign.
You all are ugly. You all are ugly, fugly assholes, and everyone's gonna ignore you, and no one likes you.
That's it.
Roll your charisma.
That's the world, man.
Yep. That's
I also
life.
think contradicting information is something that can be cool because if a Dragonborn's very rare, there are going to be myths about it, and there are going to be rumors like, oh yeah, if this, then this. So, like, if I'm from one part of the world, it's like, yeah, if a Dragonborn sees you and you're wearing the color blue, they have to eat you. like weird things that,
No, that's true, though. I play a Dragonborn. That's true.
It is true. So the idea is that you have a common sense of world knowledge, but mix it up so that when one character runs into them, they're like, oh, do you only like living things, right? You don't remember taking it to a gnome. Just like, oh, if I rub your head, is it good luck?
Yeah.
And I
like
think
weird little things that people wouldn't know any better.
well, and something else Barker did, and I'm pretty sure you did this, and I'm not making this up. When the little girl ran up to us when we were disembarking the Reach for one of the first times, she didn't react differently because she didn't have a cultural sort of, say, prejudice or an idea of what a Dragonborn or a Tiefling are because she was a kid. And in the same respect, that stood out to me. Again, doing sort of the opposite, where a Dragonborn is surprised that someone is not surprised to see them.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I love kids in role-playing settings. Like, because, I mean, it's really difficult because, role-playing games have a lot of violence in them, and one of the things that I really don't like in a game is violence to children.
Yeah.
But, children are a really good way to offset, this is a totally different subject, to offset serious, like, evil shit that's going on with, like, innocence and just kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Barker, you weren't segueing into something entirely different. You were getting ready to shill our Heirs of Desperation supplement that helps kids in India.
Yes, the Heirs of
all types of people. But
yeah. Well, but yeah, we worked on a project together, all 4 of us actually, called Heirs of Desperation, and basically it's adding poverty to your game, but the PDF is set up in a way, and you guys can jump in at any time, but it's set up in a way that, it showcases real life issues, and all the proceeds of that supplement go directly to a specific charity.
Hands of Freedom.
Hands of Freedom.
Yep.
And specifically, the reason I brought it up was because in part of it we talk about orphans, and in a few different ways, and we give you a few cool ways to add them to your campaigns, but specifically there's a really cool monster called like a Dreadlord that watches over orphans, and I don't know, like you said, it's very interesting to have orphans in your game. Kids in your game.
Yes.
Not specifically orphans.
Well, it's funny.
I'm sorry, I got me. Oh,
Well,
shit.
genuinely, like, we tried to
Love
film
orphans.
for it 2 times, and both times, the video came out, and it was just like, we are entitled, wealthy people compared to the people that we're talking about. Like, we were filming the video, and it kept coming across as just not as genuine as it needed to be. So we actually held back the video because we were like, this is not getting it across. We're going to re-edit something together. When Nathan Like, the person who we worked with, when he gets back from India, he said he shot tons of footage. We're going to use real footage from India and just let that speak for itself. Because we thought, I'm an overweight, entitled white guy who was walking by the grocery store aisle and almost didn't buy a bottle of water because it was dented. I was like, I have zero right to be talking about. I was like, I am the market for this supplement. My awareness raised.
Yes. And
I ain't drinking no dented water.
What is this? India? Like, that's how I was like, I'm such a jerk. God help me.
yeah, man. It's good. One thing that gamers do really well is give. That's what I've found in Brigade Con that we've done, which is coming up October 10th again. A lot of money to Child's Play and just tons of charitable things that gamers just give. That's what we do, and it's just a really cool way to allow for more of that. So get on that. It's a really great cause, for sure. Also,
we should probably tell them if you go to DriveThruRPG and search for Tabletop Terrors, it's the Heirs of Desperation PDF, and all of the profits go directly to Hands of Freedom. Tabletop Terrors doesn't see a dime of that money. We're giving it all directly to Hands of Freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Oh, this water bottle's dented.
Oh,
I know. My green tea is dented too.
No, your green tea.
There are a bunch of actual real questions now.
Yes.
Answer something.
Someone asked if the time travel thing was improv. Making Orryn in Octave #1 was improv at the last game. That was just like I pulled that out of my butt and said it. You're #1. But no, the time travel puzzle in this game was definitely planned out. Yeah. I mean, I didn't like write everything down about how everything would go, but basic things like, yeah.
No, that was awesome, man. That was
dude,
really good puzzle.
So good.
It's like masterfully done.
Thanks, man.
Actually, the best puzzles make the PCs feel smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have felt stupid in my fair share of puzzles, and the reason is because I'm stupid. So you guys are all very intelligent dudes, so I knew that if I just laid it out, you guys would figure it out.
Well, and that brings up a good point because I felt a little torn because in character I didn't feel like my character would know any of it, but out of character it's a cool puzzle, and I kind of not necessarily broke any rules, but I had a little more input than my in character definitely would have because it was really cool and we learned a lot about the world and it was a lot of fun.
For puzzles and stuff, I find that instead of thinking, oh, my character wouldn't figure this out, like, just find a way for your character to have figured it out. Like, think about something in their past, think about something that would occur to only them, because as a player, you want to be involved in the puzzle.
Exactly.
Because it's fun. It's fun. And honestly, like, solving a puzzle is one of those times where you could feel free to just, out of character, just talk about the puzzle and talk about the clues and kind of put it all together. I think one of my favorite moments ever at the game table was I put together a cipher puzzle for my Call of Cthulhu group when I was running my Call of Cthulhu campaign, and I had different scraps of paper that they had to put together to sort of get the cipher so they could translate this puzzle, and everyone is up, like, hunched around the ciphers, like, putting everything together. They're just sitting there, and none of them are in character. They're just sitting there trying to figure out the puzzle, and I'm just sitting there like, this is awesome. Like, this is
made a new game out of it.
Exactly. So, like, don't feel like you have to be in character while solving the puzzle all the time necessarily.
And that's so cool because it's one of the only things I know of that you can get a free pass on for that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know anyone who's going to blame you of metagaming if you're just trying, oh, hey, was it this? Like, riddles. Like, you asked Matt, the Provoker riddles. I don't know those in real life. So I'm like, dude, this isn't metagaming. I just don't know the answer. So I also think it's funny because the one you just described, immediately what I thought of was, name one other thing that allows all the players to work together at once without initiative order.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, just do it. Everyone's involved at once. I think
that's a good point.
I'm a big fan of tailoring puzzles not to the characters but to the players. Like, combat is tailored to the characters, all that stuff. Make the puzzles for the players because I think that's what makes them the most fun because no one likes to roll to see if they know the answer to a riddle.
Yeah.
Next question is, what is one RPG investment that is totally worth it? Not Absolute Tabletop.
Oh.
But you should check it out. Just don't check it out. But come on.
Just don't check it out.
Real answer time? What do you guys think? What's one RPG investment that's totally worth it?
I hate to say this, but Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. Says the guy who spent 5 hours playing it.
Matt's got a good one, DMG. I was going to say the 2nd edition Dungeon Master's Guide. That is probably one of my favorite books of all time. But the 5th edition one...
No, actually, super serious question. The Fate Core rulebook. Because, first of all, it's pay what you want. So you can get it for $0 if you want. And it has some of the best storytelling and story-weaving advice you will find in any book. It doesn't matter if you never want to play Fate. Half of the book is how to tell a really good story in an RPG.
Yes.
It's just
that's my favorite stuff. Too.
And again, it's really cool to have the actual book. I think it's like $20, $25 or whatever. Totally worth it. But if you aren't sure about Fate, you can go get it for $1. You can get it for free if you want. You can read through it. But it's some of the best advice I've ever read for telling stories with players in an RPG.
Yeah, absolutely.
For me, I'll say then that I'll go with a peripheral and say if you can afford some sort of tablet, it's really, really handy to be able to have all your stuff from Drive-Thru-RPG and be able to just flip through it and read it, on your lunch break at work and not have to carry around a backpack full of books.
Yeah.
So if you do have that extra money, it really is just a cool... And that, for me, is more on the research and fun reading side. When I'm prepping, I like to go for the good old-fashioned... I like the tactile, flipping.
Oh, yeah.
But that's an investment I really enjoy. I love reading PDFs before I go to bed and stuff.
Yeah.
I forgot who number 8 was. Did they meet him after the crash? Yes. Number 8 is one of the final octaves. Now there are only 2 left, number 8 and number 1. And, yes, they met after the crash. Would you ever charge to be a DM? No.
No.
Nope.
You know what I thought about this? Do you know when I would? For charity.
Yep. But I wouldn't charge because, hey, I'm the DM, so we'll charge. If you want to donate,
hey guys, I will, and then not even because I'm the best DM, but just to be like, hey guys, everybody, there's a buy-in for this game because it's going towards cancer.
Yep.
I would, if I was running a regular game for a game store, I would accept store credit if they were offering it. Just because it's getting down there, it's running for people you don't know, it's stuff like that. If I was running for a con, I would accept, hey, we'll put you up in a hotel, or we'll, give you meal vouchers or something like that. But I would never.
No.
Yeah. I would just never charge for.
Exactly. The important thing being in those situations, it wouldn't be the players. It would be, if somebody said, hey, I want your job to be DMing. It's like, no, I would happily accept money from a company to DM for people for free. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I would never accept admission fees.
There shouldn't be a buy-in to sit at the table and play Dungeons & Dragons.
Right.
How did you come up with the idea for that puzzle? That's a long answer.
He's a baller. Watch his YouTube videos.
Chrono Trigger.
Yeah,
No,
go play.
I've never,
Seriously though, go play Chrono Trigger. That shit is the best game.
And the game Braid.
Yes.
Oh, Braid is
Super
great.
Good time travel game.
Yep.
I've actually never played Chrono Trigger. I've played Chrono Cross.
Dude, Chrono Trigger is you have to play it. You
Yeah.
have to. It is just one of those games that is just it's perfect. It is a perfect game. It's like Ocarina of Time. There's just nothing about it I would change.
Right.
But basically, one of the things that someone mentioned in the chat, I can't remember who it was, but I have a tendency, my biggest flaw as a GM is I introduce too much too fast. So I found myself at the end of episode 5 being like, you're number 1, Orryn, and I'm like, shit, man, I don't want this game to turn into a show like Lost, where there's so many questions and no answers, so I really wanted 6 to be answers. That's what I really wanted. And I talked to Tim, I talked to you about that, because I just really wanted it to,
Well, that's the same problem. I have the same issue, man. It's I have all these cool ideas, and I'm like, there's never, we talked about how it's like Chekhov's gun. It's don't hang the gun on the wall unless you're going to fire it. Yeah. And it's I'm working in a gun shop. And so Barker and I had this really good conversation. We were even talking about doing a collaborative video on it, calling basically the idea would be you as a DM have to put the guns around your world and let the players choose which ones they're going to fire.
Yeah.
Yes. You don't say, "Oh my God, I can't wait to show the players this gun," and then give it to them when they're already holding 6.
Right. This isn't Doom. I can't just hit a button.
Well, and the other thing too is like your players aren't going to sit there and go like if they have a satisfying session where a bunch of questions are answered and a lot of plot hooks see their resolution. The players aren't going to go, "Hey, what about that one guy in that town 5 sessions ago?" Like they're not going to worry about that. You know what I mean? So it's okay to have those dangling plot hooks from time to time.
That's why I like the previously on the Winds of Salin type of games, type of moments, because it allows you to not only remind people of what happened before, but you can pick specific things that you think is information that they'll need in this next session to put in your recap.
Exactly.
Yeah, very cool.
All of you are still scheming. I think we're nearing the end of the question. Oh, did you decide to give Gaharl the magic axe because of his crit, or did you have that plan that someone would get something to kill the vampire? That popped into my brain, and I was like, that might be a good idea, and I did it.
That was cool.
That was super cool.
It worked really well, and I was like, God, these guys are level 5. They don't have any magic items. Like, come on.
Yeah. I have a question for you as a game master.
Yes.
Was that improv how you ran the Speak with Dead spell?
No, I thought about it today, and actually, you know what? I'll be fully candid. I talked to James, and I said, because he mentioned that in episode 4 he could have used the Speak with Dead spell, but he didn't because it was a murder mystery, and he thought he might ruin it. And
Right.
first of all, I let him know, like, thank you, because I didn't even think about that. But it also taught me to, when I'm prepping, to prep using the character's character sheets.
Yeah.
And look at what they can do and say, oh, this character can do this, so I'm going to give them a chance to do that.
Right.
So basically, I mentioned to him, I said, hey, thank you very much for holding back that time, but you don't ever have to do that again. I got you covered.
Yeah. No, that's a perfect way to describe it too, Barker, is like put stuff in front of them that utilizes their cool shit that they can do. It's like, Dice took fly. I'm going to drop an elevator. Like, I'm going to give him a chance to use that, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And regarding the way I did it, I totally stole that from Torchwood, the TV show.
Oh, yeah. That's a really good point. And I imagine like that, and in a sort of campy or funnier way, they do something similar in the show Pushing Daisies. So there was sort of a few... It's a show where a guy can bring people back to life, and if he does so for more than 60 seconds, something else has to die in its place, but then if he touches them again, they die. And it's like cheesy and lighthearted and stuff, but the idea is
That's a good show.
It's
really
a super good show.
Such a good show, though. Yeah.
I forgot who we were talking to about shows, but the idea being that they do some very funny, interesting things, but most people do ask what's going on and kind of that same thing. And I forgot that they do that in Torchwood as well, and it's very cool.
Also, the first Hellboy movie, Hellboy uses Speak with Dead essentially to get a navigator for the dungeon that they go into, which is like super D&D.
Nice. So, remember, if you have questions, you can comment them in the YouTube video. God,
Did we?
It's been a long day.
If you have questions, you can comment them on the YouTube video.
my brain is dinosaur lasagna right now. That's what I'm...
Dude, you know what? Dinosaur lasagna is the best thing that's ever happened to us because you could put it in anything. Because no one knows what it is. You can be like, dude, this is dinosaur lasagna right now.
Dude, like, oh my god. Dinosaur lasagna.
The worst dinosaur lasagna that I've ever eaten.
Oh, I want to ask Matt. I want to forward this question onto you.
Uh-huh.
Mike the Piper, who's dope, by the way.
I love Mike the Piper. His
watch yourself. I love Mike the Piper.
His 1920s like Prohibition era.
Oh,
D&D
Ironhead
is the shit.
Let me tell you
Cool.
something.
Yeah.
I have a reserved seat in a future session of that.
What?
Anyway, he asks, cutscenes in games, how do you run them, and do you feel that players shouldn't know things that they aren't directly involved in?
for cutscenes, use them sparingly. Keep them short.
I think I used like
No.
6 this session.
The thing is, Barker, you're using that in tandem with us doing shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you're describing us walking through this dungeon, and you're having the narration over, which is like, I'm picturing that perfectly, you know? It's
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
You run a very cinematic game, and so it works. So, like anything in your DM arsenal, don't use it as a crutch. Don't use it to get across information that you don't want to put across in any other way. Keep them short and use them sparingly, like anything else. And if you have a good bunch of players, feel free to give them information that they wouldn't necessarily know, because even if they know things they're not supposed to know, what are they going to do with that information? Like, a good example is like the cutscene with the Corruptor sending the Hell Screamers after the Provokers. None of the Provokers said, well, we got to get out of here because the Hell Screamers are going to get here. And like, we got to get the hell out of here, you know what I mean? And it was still, like, awesome when the Hell Screamers showed up, because then the Provokers aren't saying, who the hell are these guys? It's more like, oh, it's the guys from the cutscene. And so it makes it more rewarding, and it has more payoff to it, even though it was meta-knowledge. So, yeah.
And, you know, they use that to great effect in so many movies. You know, it opens with the bad guy, and you see it, and later you're like, oh, I know those guys. They were sent by the bad guy. And you're like, it just makes sense.
Yeah, and it's a great way to either introduce or show your villain doing shit without having the villain be in every single session.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it was you don't want to give players information that they can find in the adventure, but in the case, Barker, of the journal that the guy is basically writing, it's like, well, we wouldn't get that information unless we find the journal, which may happen eventually, but then you're like, all right, you guys find this journal, give me about 20 minutes and I'm going to read all this stuff the guy wrote in it.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
It's like you're doing it perfectly, so if we eventually lead up to the time when we find it, you can basically say, and you find the journal, you know, you've been, it's like perfect.
And we're like, oh, yeah.
Exactly.
And the other thing, too, is cutscenes are not just for Dungeon Masters. Like, let your players interact with, do cutscenes with you, and do their own cutscenes. Something that I like doing that I totally ripped off from guys in the one-shot group is the narrative introduction. You don't just say, I'm playing this guy, and he's about 5'7", and he has silver hair. Like, you actually, like, describe a scene with your character in a way to introduce them, which makes it so much cooler.
I was going to bring that up about you, Matt. You do that really well, especially in the game that you ran, the Umber Cloaks game. I bring that up all the time, but the intro to that is just the best.
Well, those guys all did it so big, especially Nate Kaplan. Holy shit!
Well, yeah, he sang Dice's song, dude. That was when I heard that. My phone was dying, and I was in town, and I was sitting there while Heather was getting her hair cut, and I had 1% left while he was in the middle of the song, and I about pissed myself. I was so mad. I was like, "Do you have an iPhone charger? Do you have a phone charger? I gotta listen to this song!"
He's yelling at the woman behind the counter at the hair salon, by the way.
Yes.
He's like, Nathan Kaplan is singing the song I made up in D&D. I need a phone charger now.
that
Woman's like, no phone charges if you're not getting a haircut. He's like, all right.
A made-up song that I made up.
She points to a sign behind the counter, and it says, no phone chargers unless you're getting a haircut.
Heather's over there plugged in.
Shake my head. Cut it slow, baby.
Drop Dice says, which is an awesome channel, Drop Dice, you should check that out.
Yep.
In Dungeon World, they talk about highlighting a character's strengths as well as weaknesses when you prep. Very super smart.
Yep.
I'm telling you, dude, prepping, you can prep an entire game with just your character sheets. I want to make a video about that. Only using character sheets to prep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's solid.
And if you're like me, you make mistakes on it and send it to the DM. And then realize it, and then fix the mistakes and print it out.
Dude, we had no tech difficulties today. That was surprising to me.
That
especially because
very surprising.
It was a bit touch and go there with Tim's internet not working, with Bright House coming, and refreshing Cass's computer an hour before.
There tomorrow between 8 and 12.
Dude, you got to get that shit on lockdown before Sunday.
I know. Oh no, dude, I know. But what I'm thinking is, it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning here, and the guy's gonna be here at my house in a couple hours.
He's on his way there now.
That's pretty optimistic, assuming he's going to
He's
get
like,
there
I'm here.
near the
Well,
beginning.
That's the thing. If you have that 8 to 12, if you're the first one, dude will be there at 8 o'clock.
I know.
Yeah.
It's like
Trying to knock it
it's
out.
the one time where you're like, no, dude, you need to show up at the 12 o'clock hour, buddy, and play D&D till 3 a.m. Come on.
Yep.
No, that's my plan. My plan is to just hang out with my daughter, get some work done, and eat some pizza.
Yeah, man.
2 of those things are going to happen. He hasn't chosen which 2 yet, but no matter what, it's like here's 3, you pick 2.
He's like,
So
he's
you
sitting
can
there
have-
on the computer eating pizza, and he's like, oh, my daughter.
Exactly. Like, uh-oh.
Oh,
I feel like I'm
forgot.
forgetting something.
She'll be fine.
I missed the whole session. Could you please play it again? Yes! Alright, let's do it. Get Cassie in here.
All right,
Who said that?
It was...
Benny Dunny.
Benny Dunny.
Oh,
Funny.
I do nicknames. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Benny Dunny. I'll never call you that again.
No, that's
I'm
awesome.
not promising that.
Are you guys going to do anything with Amalgam?
I think that is mostly in
Like-
T and J's wheelhouse.
Yeah, wrong crowd, man.
No, I'm gonna do
wait a
it.
minute.
I am.
No, the thing is I dropped that bomb and said, "Oh, I'm going to Ankea and Aeronoth too."
Oh, that's true. All right,
That was
so
my
then,
best
yeah,
amalgam voice. That was my amalgam voice.
dude, it's like, the guy that did Amalgam did a really
Well,
like. You can't even hold a candle to that guy that ran Amalgam. Like, the
I'm
voice
gonna
he
go
did.
to Aeronoth and Ankea.
Well,
Valley Girl Amalgam.
Girl.
Toad's going to Ankea.
I would say it's like a Batman Superman situation where like sometimes Superman will come up against the Joker, but dude, the Joker's Batman's villain. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
there might be little hints here and there of Amalgam in Aeronoth, but he's an Arthenvale villain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to super plug that, sort of. Basically, the PCs found, or at least the last Copper Jackals official Copper Jackals one-shot, found the PCs trying to get a magical item because the Copper Jackals are sort of mad dashing for them now that Amalgam is as well, and that always creates interesting things. Furthermore, pretty soon, Tim and I are both going to start running campaigns. I don't know if that's a secret, but it isn't anymore. To the 5 people probably still watching. Actually, starting in September,
22.
there will be 2 campaigns, and the one I'm running, Tim will actually be playing in, which is very exciting.
Dude, that's awesome.
And Tim will be running one, and they will both take place in Dragon Grin. So you will definitely see, well, things from Dragon Grin like Amalgam and stuff.
One thing I want to point out about your campaign, though, mine is going to be a Copper Jackals game that is going to be, I think, really awesome. I've got a really cool concept. Matt even helped me a lot working out some of the details, but specifically, James is going to run a campaign that's not Copper Jackals in our world.
But it's in our world. I'm very excited about that.
Very
Another
cool.
side of it, and so so you might hear about the Copper Jackals in it, but it's more a totally different view, like a different lens to the world through.
Exactly. So I'm very excited about that, and that's going to be a lot of fun. And yeah, so eventually Amalgam will definitely come back up because he is a villain and a very major one at that.
But not in a game that Matt's playing as a character.
No.
He'll be like, "No, I'm Amalgam." No, I'm not Amalgam.
No, not Amalgam.
Someone said something interesting, and I already forgot it because it's late. I got nothing.
Dude, Matt, I like your overlay, bro.
I like yours too.
Oh, someone. Wait, where? I gotta see the overlays. Let me see. I got Pterodute Absintop.
It was so much more satisfying to hear it out loud.
Pterodute Absintop.
Oh my goodness! All right, I gotta make one.
TerratudeAbsintop.com, guys. You should check it out. Oh God, he's dying. Guys, if you go to absolutetabletop.com/dinosaur lasagna,
Oh man.
nothing will happen.
All right, I'm doing it.
But
now.
how many of you just tried it?
A lot.
Shit.
Why isn't this working?
Did you try turning it on and off again?
Actually, yeah.
Not even a joke
That's
that
all
time.
I'm doing. Actually.
Oh, it's funny because I see your screen keeps shrinking and getting bigger. I don't know.
I know. It's being stupid. Why is it? Oh, it's not working for some reason. Let's see. Hold on. Huh. Huh. Huh.
There's a button that you can press that mirrors the local video. So you see, but it's like if I'm looking and I just keep clicking it, my face keeps going back and forth.
Nice.
Oh, that was a little more exciting than it should have been.
Yeah, it doesn't work for me. I can't do it. I was gonna say absolute tabletop, absolutely tabletoply.
Yeah.
I like Tim's too. Blapsalute blable blop.
Oh man,
Yeah.
you get
Guys,
in there?
what
Yeah,
is-
man.
What is absolute tabletop? Guys?
Matt.
What? No, I'm serious. Barker.
Matt.
You, Barker.
You really gotta
James?
stop messing with us.
Tim.
Matt.
Are you gonna
Barker?
let us know in your Provokers game?
Tim.
Are you gonna drop that bomb on us?
James.
Barker?
Tim
Barker.
Barker.
James. Matt.
Locrius.
What?
Juice.
Nate?
Did you just check your list of people that you know? Like,
Yeah,
Nate?
that's it. Those
The
are the
list he has prepared next to him at all times.
It's hanging up on the corkboard.
He's like-
Nate.
There might be, I don't know, maybe there'll be more information on Sunday that I could share it on the Provokers. I don't know.
Well, I guess they're
don't
gonna have to
know.
watch the Provokers game.
Your
All shall
ass.
burn to find out.
Probably.
Yeah,
I
you
am.
said all shall burn. You mean the players?
I'm not-
Like all?
Well, I think they're encompassed in all.
yeah, I'm just as much in the dark as you guys are, honestly.
Oh, okay.
You're such a
It's all dinosaur lasagna as far as I'm concerned.
Are you guys running any workshops for Brigade Con? Yes.
yes.
I believe
No.
we're doing a roll up and die panel, Matt, you and I.
Oh, yep, I'll be there.
I think I'm also doing another panel, and I would like to play in a game, maybe run a game. Last year, I was always behind the curtain, helping people and running random things, and I got to be in a world creation panel with Matt and Alex, Captain Gothnog, which was awesome. But
Which
this
was
year,
kind
I
of the
really
start
want
of Roll Up and Die.
That was actually it should be Roll Up and Die episode 0.
Yep.
But I want to do more this year.
I want to be less involved and play. I want to be more of an attendee this year. Also because I'm going to be getting back from a 2-week road trip the day before Brigade Con. So I'm like, I'm just going to be rolling up, so...
Rolling up and
It's all
dying.
married and stuff.
Yeah, rolling up and dying. So I just, I am going to be in the roll up and die panel. I'll probably end up being in another panel. And then I just want to play in a game or two. I think would be really fun.
Baller. What are you guys doing, James and Tim?
Can you guys just catch me up? What's a Brigade Con? I missed that.
It's a
Sorry, I was
absolute
checking my-
tabletop thing.
I was
Well-
checking my corkboard of people I know.
We didn't want to have to tell everybody this way, but we actually on the same day are doing Dinosaur Lasagna Con.
All on the same day.
I'm sorry.
Dinosaur.
How are you
Lasagna
people
Con.
out there still watching this shit? How are there? What
They're
the hell?
eating
Dude.
our dinosaur lasagna with a spoon.
Dude, somebody is on the way to the hospital because way earlier they started a dinosaur lasagna drinking game. That person is going to die.
You know,
They were like, they will never say these two words in combination. I'm safe. And
I
then it
am
happened.
so safe. Placing all my bets right on it.
what the hell went wrong?
Now they have a petrified liver.
I'm gonna Google it.
Okay.
Dinosaur lasagna? You will not be not sad.
Oh, I got
this-
pictures.
The other thing is, Barker got his idea for his puzzle from the Van Damme movie Time Cop.
Dude, it's just a bunch of pictures of regular lasagna. That is such a
Yeah.
letdown.
It is just
Oh
regular
my
lasagna.
god. Oh lord. Alright, so
And
I
the
need to-
Garfield PlayStation 2 game for some reason. Oh, it's because it's called Lasagna World Tour.
All right, no, guys, no. I've never done this
You
before.
found the one I found.
I hope so. Oh, good lord, I hope so. I don't know how this works. Okay.
Oh, really quick.
Do you guys see this picture of dinosaur lasagna?
No?
Did I not screen share? Oh, I gotta click the share button.
Yeah, you gotta
I
share it.
click on this. I didn't draw that. That's a real thing somebody made. So happy about it.
Oh, this one is way creepier. Hold on. So I screen share like this.
Yeah, I never did it.
There we go.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Oh, guys. Alright, guys.
Whoever owns AbsoluteTabletop.com, whoever does, should make that picture appear if you type in AbsoluteTabletop.com / dinosaur lasagna. Oh,
Dude, that'd
man.
be ridiculous.
That is the most amazing thing. Okay, I'll stop.
That is just the best thing that's ever happened.
It really is, though.
Ah.
Oh god.
Jonathan Miles from Out of Character says that we should play in one of his games, and I think number one, I think he'd be an awesome DM because I watch his videos.
He just ran a game not that long ago on his channel, and it was awesome.
Awesome. So if you're watching this, you should check out Out of Character. He's phenomenal, and actually, I usually listen to music while I prep, but I just actually let Jonathan Miles from Out of Character know that for this session I prepped listening to his videos, and it's perfectly paced for if you're prepping a game.
Yep, his political points of interest video is like maybe the best RPG video I've seen in like a couple months.
Dude, his videos are so dense with awesome information.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my god, every moment, like, Tim and I will do a video, I'm like, alright, here's a cool concept, here's a couple examples, peace! He's like, alright guys, I'm going to spend 30 minutes teaching you how to just think of stuff different.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dude is just like incepting me, I'm like, oh my god,
Yeah.
never thought of it that way.
No. Yeah, dude's pretty awesome. I would love to play in a Jonathan Miles game.
Yeah, dude, he was a Copper Jackal in my game.
I
Sweet
know he
Ranger.
was. I know
That was
he
pretty
was.
awesome.
For him, Jonathan, what are you doing awake? I don't know what
Dude is-
goes on, my man.
Dude just works and plays D&D. Plays D&D. I don't know. I don't know why I thought that was wrong.
He just microwaved some leftover dinosaur lasagna, and he's up late.
Oh man, you get that rubbery brontosaurus back too. You're like,
Dude,
oh.
he's got heartburn. He's got heartburn right now from that
He's
dinosaur
got
lasagna.
heartburn. Dude, that reflux though.
From the dinosaur lasagna? It's
From the
crazy.
dinosaur lasagna.
That reflux though.
Gotta take some Nexium, man.
All
All
I
right.
wonder what the D&D equivalent of that is.
Are there any more questions? Because I'm starting to hallucinate.
Yeah.
No,
I'm trying to
no,
start
Matt,
hearing
that's the dinosaur
ridiculous.
lasagna.
Now, Matt, take that and just push it ahead 3 hours. That's me.
Actually,
Yeah,
I
I know,
was
I know.
gonna. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I don't know how Tim and James are still standing.
No, yeah,
Sitting,
same here.
rather.
I was just about to say, look at these badass freaking Lost Viking stats. 71% win. Anyway,
Dude,
Hell yeah.
I was gonna say Das Vidanya to everybody and thank everybody for tuning in. We got Tabletop Terrors here. Actually, absolute. Hold on, no, it says Terracute Absatop as
Yeah.
well as Dinosaur Lasagna here. Special guests. We got
Special
Matt
guest.
Click from A Fistful of Dice. I am Barker from Be a Better Game Master. Thank you very much for tuning in to the Winds of Sir Salin Session 6. Head to the Be a Better Game Master Facebook page for updates on when our next session will be. And thank you so much. Goodbye. Absolute Tabletop.